Welcome, everybody, to Theory Underground. What you're about to hear happened on tour in Europe during the month of April, actually. It was at the very end of April, right before the rest of the tour, which happened during the month of May 2024. This was the third event on tour. This was day 2 in Brussels. And this is an event that did not get published for reasons.
What the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? No, stop. Don't let me
try to
talk.
organize in the
Let
US
me
then.
talk. No, bullshit. This is fucking bullshit. You're on European soil right now, and
That happened. That's right. It happened a couple of times. So it was kind of weird. There was some tensions. Then we all, I thought, made up. And then those tensions resurfaced again towards the end. I thought, well, that's just all going to be public because we did record it all and we did tell everyone this was something that we wanted to be able to share with the people not present, blah, blah, blah. And so in the midst of all of that stuff happening, I was, of course, under the impression that this was going to be shared publicly. But when I scheduled it to premiere, like a week and a half later, because we were releasing the events as we were out on tour over time. Well, when I scheduled this to go up, I got emails from Cadell and Raven, a couple of the participants. Cadell actually is the one who made this possible. We really appreciate him. And so, he was concerned about this going up. He thought, it would reflect poorly on Dimitri, and he encouraged me not to publish it. And Raven, who's a friend of Dimitri's, was a little bit more... She thought I should have to reach out to everybody and ask their consent to put the video out, and also thank everybody for being vulnerable. Here's the thing. I don't normally open up about my personal life. I don't normally get quote unquote vulnerable. This was like the sort of language that they were using, vulnerability. But after day 1, when I felt like we had spent so much time talking and really the point about Timenergy wasn't registering, some people, it had felt like just weren't really engaging at the level of a concept. Cadell had said or suggested the night to day 2, he says, well, maybe we should really tie it into our personal lives more so people understand why you feel so strongly about this. And so I was like, I don't normally do that. I don't normally really get into why I feel so strongly about any of this stuff. And Nance is like, yeah, me either. But especially for this kind of audience, like Cadell was saying, that would be the way forward, right? We talked about not being too vulnerable. We definitely talked about how this was being recorded for people who can't be there, people who can't travel. And for me, I just want you to know, like, I end up saying things that I don't normally say. Like, this is not normal Dave. I don't normally get this vulnerable, right? And I did it knowing that it's not just for the people in the room. And we not only talked about the people who aren't in the room, the people who are online 1 time or 3 times, but at least 15 times we talk about it. Pay attention to how many times we talk about the audience not present. This was not an exercise in being vulnerable just for one another in the immediate space. We talked about the reason why we do this with the recording stuff. And so, yeah, the decisions to say certain things or react in certain ways are decisions made before the World Wide Web and ultimately our friends back home. And yeah, this is not something that maybe everyone was fully aware of, but I've received a couple of emails of people being like, wait, all that's going to go public? And it's like, yes, it is. Because at the point that there's going to be drama or rumors about it, it becomes important to let the whole thing show. I'm not going to edit any of it out, because if I edit any of it out, it ruins the integrity of the piece. And it's about truth at the end of the day. But it's also about speaking our truths, sometimes difficult truths. And yeah, there's stuff I say here that I am fine with saying publicly, but I don't normally want to say. And so it's here. It's here. And if you want to watch it, you can watch it here. Nowhere else. Which is a big reason that it's important to let it go public so that I don't ever have to repeat myself when it comes to some of this story, right? This is kind of me saying something in a certain kind of space for a certain kind of recording, and I don't aim to ever have to repeat this because it's like, no, I did it there, I did it then, and it is what it is. So yeah, we wanted this to go public. It was always supposed to, and when I felt like, well, maybe I shouldn't let it go public, that was difficult for me for a variety of reasons. One, because I had gotten vulnerable, right? But then the idea that I should have to thank other people for being vulnerable when other people I didn't really feel like they really were, or like they didn't really listen when some of us were talking. Whatever. That's all open for interpretation, but the point is it should be open for interpretation. And it's not going to be open for interpretation if the record cannot let it reflect. We were not going to preface it with any of our own interpretation about what had happened. We were going to say, hey, there were some tensions that surfaced. You all can decide for yourselves. If you think I handled this poorly, if you think my facilitation was shit, if you think that I was a dickhead, that's fine. Like, you're welcome to your opinion. I think I handled it to the best of my ability. But I did want this to be able to sort of stand on its own publicly and let the record speak for itself. Let the record reflect. And I told Cadell my biggest concern with not letting it go public is that the record would not reflect. And I think that it needs to. But I was like, okay, look, the biggest reason I wanted to like the record to be able to reflect is like, I want people to know how I handle a situation like this. I want people to kind of be able to make their own decisions. That was kind of my mentality about it. But, because of how this could reflect on Dimitri, Cadell, it was kind of like not exactly for it. Okay, that's fine. Here's the issue though. I said, look, man, if I find out that this is running in the rumor mill, that people are talking about this, that they're talking about the situation at all, like, I will then publish this so that it can stand on its own, right? So that I can let the record reflect what happened. And then people can make their own decisions. And Cadell said, that's fine. Well, yesterday, Dimitri put out a song.
At the rave with Raven, she's not a white dove.
It's a diss track. The name of the track is actually Raven.
She's sweet and fly to me mad.
The person who was telling me to send everybody a thank you for being vulnerable, right?
Raven at hey.
So it's a diss track, not about me per se. It's about this guy, Walt Wright. He's got some kind of a following on Substack. He blocked me on there the one time I commented referring to him in the comment section on the podcast episode that he did with Nina Power. And so I'd commented on it and he blocked me because I said something. Well, okay. I don't really know what happened here between Raven, Walt Wright, and Dimitri, and I don't really care. That's not why I tuned into this. It's because Dimitri tagged me in the post that had this diss track, and he names me in the diss track.
Catch the hate from Dave, but I flow with Matt Barr.
And he also says American Idiot.
American Idiot.
Which obviously was the name of our European tour. And so, yeah, he says he catches hate from Dave. I'll just play it right here.
Catch the hate from Dave, but...
So, yeah, I consider that my license for going ahead and sharing this. Look, at the end of the day, I think the event should be out there for just because it's a learning experience. And people who are involved with Theory Underground, even just a little bit, you can get a sense for how we take things seriously, why we take things seriously the way that we do. There's a lot that comes out of this about like the intergenerational kinds of relationships that we're trying to form, and how we think that sets us apart. Specifically, like we don't see ourselves as being in a position to try to bring the next generation up or whatever. We're instead developing ourselves to someday speak to a different generation. But for now, it's like, no, we're in the position of taking turns, assuming the sort of the expert position or whatever. Like you just think about like what we do with Todd McGowan, or Cadell will even refer to this, like the fact that I had him teach a course at Theory Underground in the early days. The point is like, I've always been about modeling the sort of student, the listener, the note taker. I think that that's a really important part of learning. I think that we take turns. These are roles that we perform. And if you don't like my facilitation call saying we won't talk about that right now, we'll come back to that later.
As a certain type of aesthetics.
Hey, hold on. Let's come back to it. We're trying to keep this just to the personal and very vulnerable. So like, let's bring it back to your class upbringing here.
Well, as soon as I talk against you, hey, as soon as I talk something that I have a critique, you say I have to stop talking.
Please
no.
Then that's fine, but it's not a reason to say that you were catching hate from me. I'm not very hateful, right? I'm pretty honest. I'm pretty blunt. I try not to be too much of an asshole about things. I think that there's a sweet spot that has to be balanced, that has to be found between being too nice and too permissive, and on the other side being too tyrannical, whatever. It's an art form. There's no real science to it, and we're all figuring this thing out, but I've been doing this for a long time, and I will make a call at some point. And if it wasn't for what had happened during day one of the Brussels event, then what happens here on day two, it could have gone very different. But my experience with day one was, no, like at a certain point, I just need to say, yeah, you had your turn. We can come back to this later. And that kind of call, that kind of facilitation call, it's a responsibility. It's also a judgment call. And if you all, or if any of you disagree with it, I mean, that's fine. And with that said, I'm going to go ahead and roll the video from before, and I'm going to keep the introduction that Nance and I had originally put on it. Enjoy.
What you are about to hear is from the second of our two events in Belgium, which both took place at De Plek, which is located in Grimbergen, just outside of Vilvoorde, a suburb of Brussels. As we said with part one, these are both canonical events here at Theory Underground. They were recorded and have been made available for those of you who cannot travel and experience these kinds of events.
The theme of the day was Timenergy, but this time with a focus on thinking it from three distinct levels: the personal, the organizational, and the global. The plan was for me and Cadell to both share a presentation at each of these three levels with audience participation between the segments.
Early in, things did not go according to plan, and it got a little intense. We won't preface this with any indication of our own interpretation of what occurred. Everyone is welcome to their opinion of what happened. We will just say that this was, overall, a great learning experience that helped us think about what it is we're trying to do and how we might communicate our vision and expectations better in the future, so that some of these things might be preempted.
Friction occurs when you leave the safety of your screen and its associated echo chambers. We make these events hybrid because we refuse to cut ourselves off from those we are collaborating with online and across the globe. But we need those who collaborate with us to know we really are coming to a city near you. This promise brings with it real stakes and the possibility of engaging in a more genuine way. Without the possibility of getting together in the meet space, these screen spaces stay frictionless. Leaning into discomfort, disagreement, and risk allows us to fill out these otherwise one-dimensional relationships, which are necessary for getting a hold on the situation today. We hope that those of you who are unable to join us on tour because you are tied down by obligations or financial obstacles we'll at least be able to learn something as well by following us on this journey.
Make sure you listen to the last hour of this. The difference between audiences we assume and how this changes our approach to everything is absolutely crucial for making sense of everything happening at Theory Underground. And making sense of these differences will also help us better understand how to collaborate with organizations like Philosophy Portal and Dark Renaissance. Just know that, as the evening progressed, everyone seemed to connect on a deeper level and have a great time. None of this would have been possible if we stayed online in our little bubbles. We hope that this will inspire you to break out and do your own hybrid experiments, because we are convinced that without these, nothing human will make it out of the near future.
We are, at the time of this recording, in Berlin, Germany, and we will be soon on our way to Austria. Stay tuned for more.
But that's all, folks.
So Nance, are you gonna do the thing?
Is there a thing?
He has a thing. He's gonna open it up. So
Nance has a thing.
once we're ready to go.
So just quickly, a few words of introduction. Welcome back, everyone here that's in person. To our audience at home who is not here right now, welcome for the first time. We had an event a couple days ago that we're experimenting with different ways of doing recordings, not just for posterity's sake, but it's also instructional for us. As we go on this European tour, because we're trying to push the medium, we're trying to stay out ahead of ourselves. And we have a lot of opportunities for improvement. So the recordings from that day, some of it may make it public, most of it probably won't. Some of the recordings from today will make it public. But ultimately, this is a private, closed event. And we're playing with the medium, we're playing with the form, and hopefully it enriches everyone's experience and it makes us better, and it makes us, I don't know, more intelligible while also being more distinguished. Because, yeah, that's what this is all about, is kind of creating spaces. And I think Cadell's thrown the gauntlet a bit as far as like challenging, at least me, like creatively thinking about the form. I do tend to care less about physical space.
Okay.
I am more focused on the internet. I like to go in the bathroom stalls and scrawl manifestos. And I think both are essential. And I think Cadell's point of this loop of always bringing it back, always having a discourse between the two. I love it. I think it's radical, and I think it only challenges us to get better. So thank you all for being a part of that. With Theory Underground, what we do is largely online, and we did a U.S. tour. Dave has a long history of organizing, doing things inside institutions, and also like radical farm projects and discussion groups and all this stuff. But yeah, it's still a new medium. We're still trying new things. So thank you for all that. I really kind of want to keep it minimalistic. Cadell and Dave are gonna welcome you all back to the space and open up the conversation, open up this pit, and we can all start dancing around rhetorically. And I'm actually really excited to see how it goes. I think last night we had a good session. So without further ado, put it together for Cadell and Dave. Thank you all.
Do you want to start? Do you want to?
I'll say a couple opening remarks and then I'll frame it. Yeah. So we had a great conversation last night. How's the levels coming through on this thing? Yeah, we're good? One of the things that Nance didn't explain, we're not going to be picky and choosy about what goes up from the last conversation. Oh, this gum is like a disaster. Oh no.
Yeah, that was a bad idea.
That's a bad idea. I don't know about Mentos. I don't use Mentos. They don't have solidity to them, I guess. Stick it back there. It'll be like a cobweb, I think. It's like marshmallows over here. But we had a great conversation, very important one last night, about the intentionality and direction of the event and of what we're doing here and of the cross when I say intentions, I mean expectations, right? Because we've got some like deliberate thinking that's gone into what we're trying to do here. Cadell has a European ground game, right? A European ground game. And we have this aspirational international hardcore tour game. It's an ethos. But it's also a critical media theory experiment because as Nance was just sort of referencing, this is a bathroom stall when we're talking about the internet. Like, so what is the internet doing here? It's almost like we're being projected into public transportation, and everybody's just kind of like doing their own thing on public transportation. They see something, they might tune in, tune out, talk some shit in the chat, who knows? And we don't know what to do with that. We being society at large, but also as people who at one point thought very optimistically about the potential or capacities of the internet. We're people who did not see a path forward for this thing that we were promised growing up in the United States, which was that you could be anything you wanted to be, and that if you just worked hard enough at it, you could have a voice. And that ultimately everybody's got a voice with a vote, right? You're supposed to care about the local, you're supposed to care about the federal, you're supposed to care about like all these different things, but ultimately we know it doesn't make much of a difference. And then some of us were very optimistic for a period of time. Maybe we were optimistic during Occupy. Some of us who are older were before Occupy. We were, and this is not me, this is before my time, but we're excited about the what was going on at the end of the 90s with the anti-globalization movement, especially in Seattle, kind of one of the hubs where it was happening. And then for me, I think I was on tour with a band. I was a roadie, completely politically unaware, really. Had no theory, had never really read nonfiction. And I was in some like anarchist squat in Seattle where we were after the show. And I was like, what the hell are they talking about? Like I could hear people excitedly talking. And it was genuinely more interesting than the drugs and alcohol that I was on at the time, right? But I was too impaired to actually be there for it. And I didn't, even if I had been there for it, I would have been probably excited to participate, but I would have made a fool of myself because the fact is I didn't have the prerequisites. And I think that that's become formative for me. And it's only like now in retrospect that I'm like, yeah, that probably had an impact on me because I was basically a music scene burnout at that point. I had thought that expressing myself and having fun with my friends and being a part of a scene was transgressive. And I thought that this was it was my outlet. And I knew it was cathartic. And I knew that I kind of had this sense, well, maybe it's not all that. But also I had like this hope that like our screaming and our pain that we were dealing with was somehow going to transform the world. Because, when people speak their truth, we're supposed to believe that makes a difference. And I had spent like probably from the age of 16 to 23 trying to get socialized because I was like this homeschool kid, right? And I think, I come from a large family, and I'll get more into that when we get into our personal stuff that we're about to. But the point is that I wanted to be normal, but I also wanted to embrace or sort of normalize the fact that coming from where I came from, that wasn't really possible. And so I really fit in well with the kids who were high school dropouts, my coworkers who were mostly high school dropouts. Going to college was almost a sign of selling out at the time. And I think that for many years there, I would have thought that it was. Because when a person is a regular in the music scene and then they move on, it's like, oh, okay, it was fake all along. You know, because this is our tribe, this is our family, this is our scene, was everything. But when I burnt out on it, it was because I reached the top, so to speak. Like I didn't feel like there was anywhere further for me to go because there was a sort of blessing in disguise as a curse that was my inability to actually sing or do vocals. And if I had a sort of natural capacity for that, combined with my sort of natural drive and charisma, if I have any, then it would have. Some people say that I have some. Well, if I have that, and that combined with my drive, and I actually had the vocal capacities, I definitely had the ability to pull groups of guys together and do something epic. I definitely had that. And so I tried my hand at being a band manager. I tried my hand at, like, I definitely had like this longer term vision of having a music venue. But as a scene kid, I got about as far as you can get, which is you show up and everyone's like, Dave. That's pretty cool. When you come from like no one knows you and you can't go and do social things without making a fool of yourself, to getting to the point where now you're one of the cool people, that's a major accomplishment. And I basked in it for like 3 years. But I was also just drinking and I was smoking pot mostly, but I also started experimenting with psychedelics. And I think that psychedelics kind of was the first real like, oh shit, there's so much more going on. And so I was entertaining big ideas all of a sudden. And that's where conspiracy theories and spirituality, or what as conspirituality, as I like to say, you know, when they combine, it's just one big meld. And I think the epistemological operating assumption behind that mode is the mainstream is so far gone that anything that sounds plausible as an alternative is probably true. And the more people dislike it, people from the mainstream, the more they dislike it, the more true it probably is. And so I was getting into some crazy shit, you know. Thank God I wasn't coming into consciousness now. You know, there's so much more crazy shit than there was at the time. But like, you know, like those Zeitgeist documentaries, you know, like that kind of stuff, blowing my mind. And we'd stay up until 3 or 4 in the morning talking what I thought were like profound ideas. And when I say that burnt out,
like the Venus Project.
Like the Venus Project is it's actually the Venus Project from Jacques Fresco. It comes to our culture through the Zeitgeist films. Yeah. You know, Peter Joseph, I think is his name. Yeah. Is that? Yeah, Peter Joseph's. He's probably like this Russian agent. I don't know. I think he might be. You know, because it's all like the Russia Today propaganda. Yeah. You know, it was working its magic on us. But, you know, that combined with all of the other things and burning out to where I would say, like, I probably, through all of the drugs that I was experimenting with, reached a point of prolonged low-key psychosis that culminated in time in a hospital. Because my best friend and my mom were both like, no, you need to. And I was like, okay. And so, like, this kind of time of resetting and getting some distance from where I had been and what I was doing after rehab, basically, made me realize I'd made a complete fool of myself. And I think that the feeling like I'd made a complete fool of myself, well, that was normal. I'm very used to it. I can get embarrassed easily, but just work through it. And not, you know, my ears used to turn red all the time in social situations when people pulled some socialite, hipster, exclusive kind of, oh, you don't know about that thing. And I just, you know, navigating those spaces, I think, was probably part of my drive. Navigating awkward spaces was somehow part of my drive. And it wasn't for most of my siblings, who are still like, I mean, they all do their own thing. They've all gone off in their lives and done their own thing. But for me, it was like, no, I want to be a part of whatever's going on, and I want the world to be better, because I know that the situation I grew up in isn't right? But that didn't really become clear or clarified until I went to college, which was like the year after this time that I was in Seattle, overhearing this sort of Occupy chatter about anarchism or whatever they were talking about, socialism. I didn't know. And so bringing that, I guess I've sublated in a sort of sense that entire time in the scene and all of the heavy music that we were into, these radical expressions of pain and sorrow, but of authenticity and of fraternal sort of like, we'll get through it together kind of spirit that is such a big part of the hardcore scene. And magically, Nance gets it. Like, he's from a different city with a different scene, but because our roots, those hardcore roots, go back to bands like Minor Threat and Black Flag, even though I didn't listen to those bands because I was more into this, like, sort of post-MySpace emo to metalcore screamo shit. I had no respect for those roots at the time. But as I've gotten older, I've looked into, like, what was all of that? And as I burnt out on the left, or at least on Bernie activism, and all of my assumptions going into Bernie activism between 2016 and 2020, and all the problems with how that Occupy, direct democracy, we're all going to sit around and solve all the problems in the world. Like, the burnout that came from, like, oh yeah, now it's the pronouns, and oh yeah, well now it's this, and oh yeah, and now it's that. And it's like, well, none of this is actually going to change the things that matter, right, at a substantial level. And the burnout with the political scene was kind of like the burnout with the music scene, in the sense that I was like, this is going nowhere. And so then, but there was something special about the real person spaces held together by usually a couple of guys like yourselves, Joris and Gail. And you guys are usually like the venue owners, and you guys get it. And then the rest of us are just like these lost kids, and and this is our community, and we're making it out of nothing. And it is a sort of radical space for being able to unleash your pent up aggression, but in a positive way. And so that stuck with me. And then, like, with the political stuff, as I was going through college now, Marx's early work really stuck with me, right? It really stuck with me because it was reading A Strange Labor when I realized all of the things that eventually culminated in Timenergy. Now, I'm not going to get into all of that just yet, but that's the sort of spirit that we bring to this, and the reason that we care about bridging the internet and real spaces, because real spaces always have people sitting around talking about how they represent X, Y, or Z identity groups. And then you could be like, well, I'm a class reductionist, I'm not into all that shit. And it's like, well, yeah, but now you're the working class identity politics guy, right? And that was kind of my default position in those situations. And something still sticks with me from that. I said too soon, perhaps, in the last event, something about being post-class and all this. Well, it's true, but also only sublated. Post means it's sublated, which doesn't mean it's irrelevant. It still matters for reasons that we'll get into. But the hybridity of this event is to say, like, we think that where things are headed, and I think that Cadell has a strong sense for this as well, has to get outside of the bathroom stall. But also we can't leave it behind, because if we think we've left it behind, that's when we're most in it still. We are always living in reference to the internet today. The bills, the legislation that gets put through today by politicians is often a very reactive and cowardly response to whatever student activists are doing in the moment. And maybe I've got the order of priority wrong here. I don't know why the Obama administration in 2016 was like, it's like on its way out of the White House, was suing North Carolina over the bathroom bill, and saying that if you, no, here's the thing, it's not just saying, well, trans people should be able to use whichever bathroom they need to feel safe in, right? It didn't just say that. This is where the meme, the very prolific meme comes from. Trans man is a man, a trans woman is a woman. And it's like, well, that's a sort of normative, but also ontological statement. And if people are going to disagree on that, it's probably because of epistemological reasons, right? We have different criteria of what we take to be valid truth claims. And a lot of us do not have the material to be able to work through those things at an intellectual level. And so there's a complete breakdown of conversation. And instead, the PMC just tells you, it is what it is, get with it, or you are the bad one. And so that I call epistemological gaslighting, right? You are being gaslit. You're being told, this is true. You have to not only believe it, but also like say it. And I think that like that kind of thing happening right in 2016 when Bernie was blowing up the polls and changing people's sense for what might be possible was really exciting for me. But I didn't see how this kind of legislation and this kind of activism was all coming in to create oppositions within the movement. And maybe the movement had other like contradictions that were deeper, and it was destined to fail regardless. But there were other factors that went into this. And one of the biggest ones was that if you looked up politics on YouTube at the time, it wasn't censored yet. If you look up politics on YouTube today, it's going to be CBS, CNN, MSNBC, MSM, mainstream media, and maybe the Young Turks, right? You do not get the kinds of access to the political debate culture and the video essays that existed before. The only people who still see that stuff, the algorithm is still showing it to them because they now belong to this niche consumer demographic. But there was this moment where it's just like you put something out and it felt like you reached people and it felt like you could have a voice and it felt like you could make a change on things. And so there was a little bit more validity to a sort of democratic internet optimism. Watching that fall apart in 2020, where you couldn't find these people who, including myself, were trying to be influencers for this movement or whatever, and realizing we had been completely siloed by appeals to, well, we have to prioritize the advertisers, right? And watching YouTube kind of change in this way. And watching the people who were just living on the podcasts, living in their little silos as well, made people like myself and Nance completely lose hope. And of course, there was 7 months of rioting and looting. But also, if you were just watching the left media, these beautiful candlelit vigils, because obviously there's both always going on. And I was watching people say, this is the revolution, this is the change, this is going to challenge imperialism, this is going to challenge capital, this is going to do that and the other. And I was like, the working class movement that was maybe a possibility, I believed it was a possibility, it is gone, guys. Like, that is not what's going on here. Because Bernie in 2016 was speaking in universal terms, and in 2020 he was speaking in particularist terms. He was letting BLM activists take the microphone and filibuster. He was letting, I went and saw him in Carson City when I was knocking on doors with some people from Idaho. We went to Nevada and knocked on doors because that's a battleground state. And we saw vegans take over the stage topless. They took their shirts off and spilled red milk all over themselves and talked about animal abuse and everything. And it's like, you could just see like everyone was, and Bernie's face was amazing. Like, I still have the picture somewhere.
Poor guy.
Yeah, he was just like this, like, and he like, his face is right here and their boobs are right here, and he's just like, it's like a good meme if I could post it, but
Bernie's
probably
a legend. Let's be honest. Bernie's a legend.
He was. He's a sad leftover of like a bygone dream from a different moment of the internet, right? Like, and now we have, people for Bernie on Instagram posting about how great the student activists are because they're harassing cops and doxing them. And it's like, cool, guys. Cool. I bet that's going to make everybody like you. I bet that's going to make everybody believe in your program, because we all saw how good your anti-cop bullshit went in 2020 when you all started Chaz and then you kept out the cops in ambulances, but then you were begging to have them back 2 weeks later when someone ended up dead. And then you were like, they're not helping us. And Seattle was like, well, what do you fucking want, guys? right? And so it's like, this is just this old 60s radicalism being recycled. And, as Marx says, first is tragedy, then is farce, right? And so then for me, it's like very sobering, right? I wanted to use all of that to ground this weird space that is between so-called private and so-called public, where in reality it's like there's a bathroom stall onto public transportation, and who the hell knows who's on the other side. But that's sort of always there. We always know that anything we say could be recorded and released to the internet anyway. And so people are still scared to say things. And I'm done working with people who are scared. Done working with people who are scared to make mistakes. Done working with people who won't go out on a limb. And that's what the publisher's statement in these two books is all about. Like, a culture of fear and silencing makes it so people don't think and they don't talk, and almost every slogan becomes a thought, discourse, and movement terminating cliche. So working with real people. Yeah, working with real people here. And
like the meme of the really strong black and white guy.
Yeah. You're the black guy. He listens to rap, so he's the black guy. Yeah.
I'll be the black guy.
Yeah. A few face tattoos and you'd be basically passing.
Does that mean I can give you the N-word pass?
Yeah. Only Nance can give. Only.
He can say it.
Nance already gave it. Yeah.
Nance can give it.
Yeah. He grew up with it.
I was born with it.
Yeah, he was born with it. It's true. Like he was out of the park hanging out with the friends, and this is what they did when they were skateboarding. Okay. With all that said, in all seriousness, though, I wanted to situate the space because Joris asked that question at the dinner table at the end of the last event, and he said,
"Mama Joe."
What did you say, Joris? What was your question about the event?
Yeah, what was the impact of it being recorded?
Because it's a physical space. So what would the difference be if we wouldn't record our session? Is there a difference?
Is there a difference?
There is.
There is.
But
what is it? Yeah. And I hope everyone will reflect on that and share their thoughts on that either today or afterwards. But that is what I consider to be part of ongoing critical media theory research. And Cadell is CMT pilled through and through. He is doing critical media theory experiments with his ground game in Europe. But I guess I'm going to turn it over here to him with a little setup. And my setup is to say last night we were talking about our conflicts of visions or expectations, and it was part of what really kind of clarified for me, we didn't really explain why we do the cameras and the mics and the stuff like that, but it's not just public transportation, it's not just a bathroom stall, it's also a direct line to people who are in my lives, who I grew up with, who are like Anthony Berry working away in his shop right now, or Chris Dorr, who is doing, he does urban mining. He takes broken computers and stuff donated from the schools and hospitals and other institutions, and then he breaks them open, and if he can recycle them and sell them online, then that's how he supports his family, and everything else gets stripped into just metals that he gets sold pennies on the pound or whatever. And I do it for Anthony, I do it for Chris, but also I'm not ready to talk to most people from such walks of life because I've been reprogrammed through the university system. I've been reprogrammed. I got A's the whole time. I graduated with honors as a person who never went to high school, who never had any formal education prior to college, who had to get a GED and go straight to work. The how hard I had to work in the university system does reprogram a person. If you're meeting expectations and also doing your own organizing and philosophy stuff outside of the expectations of the courses, it reprograms you, and you become the PMC, right? And so how much of my mode was this PMC mode, but also how much of me was feeling resentment about having to take on that mode, having to cater to this affect policing, oh, we can only be angry ever when it's the acceptable scapegoat, say Nina Power. We can be mad at her, but everyone else, we have to tolerate their bullshit and pretend that everything is okay when we don't really feel that it is. Going through the university system like that, I was going to explode at some point, but I was also I also loved it, and I also felt like there was something special in all of it. And the thing that was special was structure. Because I come from a scene where the structures were only ever organic structures. They were never like these formal institutional kinds of structures where there's potential access to real recognition from actual experts in their respective fields. That kind of recognition was life-changing. And I think that the elephant in the room was that, like, I was getting upset because I was remembering all of the events from the US tour where we talk and we talk and we talk, but it feels like the real substance of time energy is not going to get through to people. And it's not a substance, it's an existential, but like the point doesn't really get through, and it's because we didn't really properly ground it. And this is what Cadell and I were talking about. We didn't really properly orient it, but really, like, the triggering part, just to be very crass, is like what Nance says, like the people who tend to like philosophy like to drink wine and not think about where stuff comes from. And I'm saying that I'm bringing all of this baggage from the last tour into this space, right? I'm not saying you guys are bringing all of that into the space, but it is the thing that drove me crazy about the event in Pomona University, which has a $5 billion endowment and has only like 2,000 students. Yeah, like that's like that audience. And the people sitting there kind of joking and having their little side conversations had me at one point. I fucking smacked the podium, just like fucking smacked it, and then just went off. And it's like, yeah, I kind of did that a couple times on tour. And I think Cadell probably caught something because he was like, yeah, it seemed kind of combative. It's like, yeah, because who are we talking to? Like, I'm looking for potential renegade PMCs. And I am speaking to, renegade PMC, and I'm speaking in the presence of, with this camera. I'm speaking in the presence of people who didn't get to go to college, who had kids, and it just would have never worked out. People like Nance, and so that's where we're coming from. And then, so time energy matters at like this level that is like my personal life, but talking about that last night, Cadell started sharing his own story, and I already knew a little bit of this, a little bit of why it matters to him, because I can always kind of tell, right, when someone more or less gets it. And so then when he was sharing, I was like, yeah, we should start with that, right? And then he presented the idea because we were talking about the different levels of this analysis. And so the plan for today is to do 3 levels: personal, organizational, and global. And each time we'll both talk, and then it'll go into sort of Q&A, and then we'll come back and we'll talk about the next level, Q&A, next level.
So there's a bit of a meta structure as opposed to just bleeding out into Q&A.
Yeah. Which is where it starts to just feel like, okay, we're just going to talk forever. And it's just, the directionality starts to get lost, right?
So there's basically a meta structure, personal, organizational, global, and then we'll feed back around on that. So like maybe while we're speaking, just maybe take some notes, or just if you're not taking notes, just reflect on either your personal relationship, your organizational relationship, and then the global relationship to these ideas. And then we hopefully will get somewhere collectively where by dinner we're, having a dope dinner conversation.
To what ideas exactly? Just try to work.
Like time, energy, and the commons.
Is it you guys will speak and then we'll do Q&A like yesterday, or more of an open discussion?
Like it's
There'll still be the what is it called, the cog shell or whatever. We'll still be using the microphone.
Yeah. Like just so like we'll do like a little short thing on the personal and then open it up for the Q&A circle.
Q&A or a circle then?
But
And then it's like, would you like me to share my personal story?
I think so.
Yeah.
No. So like when we're talking about personal, I want you to talk about Owen.
Okay.
When we talk about organizational, Dark Renaissance. When we talk about global, we're talking about universal political views.
Okay.
Yeah. So we build up in that direction.
Yeah, okay.
Perfect. So I think that is basically everything I wanted to say about that. So please, we're not going to do this every time, but put your hands together for Cadell.
It's Cadell. It's me.
That guy.
It's me. It's him. All right, so just want to maybe make a few quick points about why record this. So, and also this digital physical loop and why it's important. So like I was watching a left tube video last week where this guy was talking about a left tube funnel. Like it was a funnel from influencer to educator. So there's this funnel from influencer to educator. And then after watching the video, I was reflecting on, wait, this entire funnel he's depicting is only digital. Like even it's supposed to go influencer. You've got like 1 million followers on YouTube and you're doing some video essays on politics or something. And then you go down the funnel and you've got these educators who maybe have like tens of thousands of followers and they're doing like more like a university lecture. But I was like, this is all online. So I was saying like, I think what Dave and I are doing, Philosophy Portal and Theory Underground, we're even like, you know, those memes of the iceberg where you go down into the darkness. It's like we're so far in the darkness, like we're off this funnel. We're off this funnel's radar. Like that ultimately, the reason why he posts this online, shout out to the people we're talking to online on Theory Underground or Philosophy Portal, is that we're not just a YouTube channel. Like there's an actual fucking infrastructure that we built behind that. And so like when I was just doing like the Žižek Less Than Nothing series on YouTube and stuff like that, I had already encountered the limits of being an educator. Like I didn't want to be an influencer, but I already encountered the limits of being an educator. And I was like, wait, if I'm just staying on YouTube, I'm fundamentally limited. There has to be an infrastructure. So there has to be an educational infrastructure behind, but then even with that educational infrastructure behind, it's about confronting it's about continually saturating and confronting these limits. Like you saturate a limit, then you reach a limit, and then you have to see what's lacking, why you reached a limit, and then you have to sublate, meaning you have to build in that lack. So I built the educational, but then we have to do things physical. We have to do physical organizing, we have to do retreats, we have to do different styles of events. I also think we have to learn how do we interface with institutions. Like I don't think we should just we're against institutions. How do we interface with the rest of society? Like Joris and I did an event where we're and totally it was an experimental, like we're totally in an experimental phase. Like how do we interface with the banking sector? Like, but we should think that. Like how do we interface with the banking sector? How do we interface with traditional academics? How do we, like I don't want to be, like I remember watching this video at a spiritual conference of a woman saying, we're going to have a global political conference, but no politicians are invited because politicians are corrupt. You know, it's like, no, like he's not going to, like, how do we interface with actual politics, right? Like, how do we, and that's ultimately, like, again, why we trying to think through the philosophy of right, because Hegel's like, no, you have to, if you think freedom is just an antagonism with the state, you're going down a dead end. Like freedom can't just be an antagonism with the state. Freedom cannot just be an antagonism with the banking sector. Freedom cannot just be an antagonism with what you think the big other is. It has to be working with, you have to work with all of the contradictions that will inevitably, that you have to think. You have to think. Like, for example, there was a woman at the School of Thinking I was at last week who was just like, we should just abolish the borders and like just taking the moral high ground. Like that's obviously the right direction. And I'm just like, but I don't even know how to interact with you because like, it's such a disconnected idea. It's such just your fantasy idea, which has no basis and is not going to ever have a reality. And then you're just immediately taking the moral high ground in that direction. So, but I'm just saying that the reason why we put this online is because we might reach someone who's not just going to watch a YouTube video, but who's going to then take a class on Ivan Illich or philosophy of right, and then is maybe a year or two down the road going to publish something. They might write an article. They might actually not only take a course, but then be motivated to write an article for the course and present, develop their own capacity to present their own ideas, develop their own capacity to write their own ideas. And then they might actually get involved with the actual physical network, and they might be at an event like this 2 years from now. Right? So like that's, I think, why we're doing the online recording, is that there's something special here between us that we're going to try and be doing today. But by putting it online, we might reach the next 20-year-old or the next 25-year-old who doesn't know what to do with their life, doesn't know what next move to make, and they might get introduced to a philosophical community that they might, be able to learn how to write, learn how to present their own ideas, learn how to develop their own thoughts, engage deep philosophical conversations, and network with other, there's like the difference between us and like the funnel that I was talking about where it's just all online, is that the people who are creating just online, they're erecting a permanent distance between themselves and the audience. Yeah. It's not that I want to meet everyone who watches a YouTube video that I do, but I am creating a structure where if you seriously get involved, you could become you could become an actual connection.
And there's an effort buffer that causes friction.
Yeah. There's an effort buffer which causes friction, and that weeds out the people we want to be around versus the people who we want to keep at a distance because they're not really serious. So I think that's an important thing. So I'm just gonna talk so this is personal, and then we'll you do a little personal, and then we'll open up for more personal reflection. So I'll wait until Owen gets back, but just gonna try and frame for me why Timenergy is important personally for me. One, I think that when you grow up in a working class environment, I think you have an intuitive idea that time energy is fundamentally important. And I think if you grow up in a more privileged class situation, at least from my experience, you sort of take time energy for granted. And I think there was actually someone at Cinziana's Paris Salon who was like that professor who was just saying like he's just in the clouds and he has all the time in the world.
He was leery.
He was like shifty and leery and kind of just like he said, I don't get it. And he was just kind of just like drinking, and it was just like, dude, you're literally the guy that Nance talks about, Yeah.
So I think there is a class dimension to time energy, whereas if you grow up in the working class, you see it firsthand that all of your immediate familial and community relations are fundamentally structured by time energy lack of some kind. And now this isn't just a negative. It's not just a negative, because I feel like people who are like intimately connected to time energy lack are like, they're not going to fuck around. You have the opportunity opens up that I'm not going to fuck around. I know I have limited time energy. I'm going to use my time energy. I'm going to get really good at using my time energy wisely. Right. So there is like a disciplinary function, like a disciplinary force that gets put that situations you confront where you can either harness that limitation for like a superpower. And I did kind of feel like I had a superpower when I was an undergrad in relationship to some of the other people in the undergraduate program who were not really aware of like there was like the Van Wilder guy, the Van Wilder type of guy who was like in his 7th year of an undergrad and he's like partying every fucking weekend, and it's just like, but I'm just like working as a security guard on the weekend to make sure I don't have to pay another fucking year of tuition and rent. So but the amount I was able to achieve in 4 years, he was able to achieve like a fraction of that in 8 years. So you can really use this time energy. What I'm trying to say is we shouldn't fall into an oppression and a victim mind state with this. If we grew up in a working class and we're aware of time energy lack, we can make that our superpower. And and in some sense, I think that's what I've tried to do. But concretely, so for example, my mother was literally working 3 jobs to pay rent. We never saw her, right? She's just literally at work by 8 a.m. with teaching autistic children. Your mother? Yeah, my mother. It's teaching autistic children by 8 a.m. She's at work until 11 p.m. at a care home, cleaning up people who have caring for people who have mental disabilities. That's her entire day. And so we never see her. So she missed dinners, right? She missed baseball games, and she doesn't have a personal life. She doesn't have a romantic life. She doesn't have, right? So she's just, her entire life is owned by time energy, by that time energy lack, and she's not in a position where she can educate herself or get interested in what I'm actually doing, or just in being a mother, right? So that's what I saw. Or my dad starting a business and just hitting bankruptcy and seeing his life get totally destroyed by that. And then he's not able to provide. And so there's just these time energy lacks. And then the weird situation for me in relationship to, my brother, is that we both had the same upbringing. We both encountered the same time energy lack, but his reaction to it was the opposite of mine. Like, we had opposite reactions to time energy lack. Whereas I'm like, I'm gonna use my, like, I was realizing I don't want, like, I saw my mom and my dad and I was like, I do not want that future. Like, I want the opposite of that future. So, and it was just sort of like this realization, like, oh, adulthood is adulthood is, like, shit can get real. Like, and shit gets real quick. Like, when I was left high school, I was like, oh, shit gets real quick. So, but then I think my brother's reaction to it was like the injustice. Like, this is unjust. Why is adulthood like this? It's almost like this emotional negation of adulthood. Like, I'm not going to discipline myself because this is unjust, this is unfair. So, and I think that's kind of, it's kind of shooting yourself in the foot a little bit, but unfortunately, I think a lot of people in working class situations choose that route. And probably where they find themselves is, and this is where I'll stop, is the scenes that you were describing, Dave, because that's where my brother went, those types of scenes. And now, what is characteristic of those types of scenes? I want to say Lacan wrote a seminar that was titled "The Father or Worse." The father or worse. What's worse? Because of course we want to kill the father. What's worse than the father? The fraternity. So the fraternity, you said in this scene, it's what? It's fraternal pain. So it's a bunch of scene kids who don't have fathers, who are in pain, and they think their pain is going to change the world. But it's not going to change the world. So that brings me to the point of philosophy of right. Hegel's saying with the philosophy of right, a politics that's based in the immediacy of pain is a false politics, right? You have to be able to think through. You have to be able to think through and mediate your pain. Like, and I think that's where, and that's also why we're putting this online. Because we might reach one of the kids who's ready to recognize, oh, wait, me and my brothers who are in pain, this is not going anywhere, right? We need to build our signifier, to use the language, to use Lacanian language. We need to build our signifier, and those guys might be filled with big ideas because they might be taking psychedelics or whatever, and everyone who takes psychedelics has the big ideas. But do you have the capacity to mediate those ideas in the actual world, right? And that's what we're here for, and that's also why we put this online. So, yeah, I'm gonna stop there. But I think the message I want to end on is just, if we're growing up in working class conditions, we have the opportunity to have an existential contact with time energy lack, and we have the existential opportunity to flip that lack into a superpower. And I think that's in part where I find my motivation and drive that's here now.
Thank you.
I hate talking about personal things, and I hate I hate the injunction of what is it? What's her? Is it Anna Kornbluth talks about in her book on immediacy and this stage of capitalism, right, where everything is supposed to be immediate and biographical in a sort of sense. So you have auto narrative, which is kind of like, it's like this sort of stream of conscious, authentic, raw. You say anything, you're so brave, and you're just going to put it out there, you know. But of course, that's mirroring the changing conditions and like the need for us to produce more and more and more and faster and faster and faster, right? If someone used to like put 20 years into a book and then put it out there and see how that hit, you know, the public, like that's gone. First of all, the public is gone. Second of all, yeah, if you take 20 years to write that book, what are you doing in the meantime? It's not gonna make a splash. No one's gonna know who you are. You have to be on Instagram. You have to be on Substack. You have to be on blah, 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 right? Like I just had a post go up today, I think, right? It's a post that just published today on Substack. Thankfully, I scheduled that out before tour started. But the point is, you have to like become this administrator of your own potential legacy. There is no agent. There is no PR. There are no editors. There are, you know, and we're supposed to glorify it and be like, oh yes, we're raw dogging it out here in the real, man. We're the underground. And it's cringe because this is where critical race theory has been now for at least 20 years. If you read the anthology of critical race theory that Kimberly Crenshaw put together, it has that foreword by Cornel West where he just does his song and dance that he does for anybody he's helping at the moment. Completely uncritical. Well, then it's a great book because legal scholars and people who operate within the legal system have to think about history and how it has resulted in the currently existing situation and what becomes a buzzword later, institutionalized racism, blah, blah, blah. And of course, there are like these laws that do not appear on their face racist, but were actually manufactured to be such. And that's where the critical legal studies tradition comes from. And so like the first half of that book is on critical legal studies. The last half is like this identity politics on steroids, but ultimately just for affirmative action. Like that's all it cares about, right? And that last half has essays like, hey, it's racist to say that a person who's addicted to crack should not have her babies, or should have her babies taken away, right? The CPS should not be able to remove a child from a situation where a woman's like leaving her baby untended and she's like smoking crack because that has a disproportionate impact on the black population. That's the logic. And it's like, well, sure, but that's poverty. And you're just talking about the population that is disproportionately impacted by poverty in the United States. But that does not speak to the actual situation that people are worried about, right? Well, bringing it back to auto narrative and just putting it out there and telling our stories, the one that just it's the cringiest of them all in that anthology. It's like 500 pages. I listened to the whole thing in 2020 when I was supposed to be doing the work, and I was just like, man, this is garbage. Well, it's like they're like, we're so radical because we're going to break from academic standards. We're not going to read old dead white men. We're not going to engage with primary text. Nothing older than like, you know, I'm paraphrasing based off of an impression. And so obviously, you know, take it with a grain of salt. But it was also just like this, oh yes, we just channel our creative and emotional capacities and do it in the rawest way possible, and that will be the change that we need to make. And it's very personal, and it's very, you know, detailed about trauma and all of this stuff. Of course, it lends itself to and is a part of therapy culture. Yeah, no, please do.
We made last night. Yeah. So the distinction between the personal as immediate affect, like what I'm feeling right now, versus the personal as the result of your drive. right? Like and making a distinction between those two levels. I think that if we have a politics that gets caught up in like my personal affects right now, this is a trap, versus the personal, which is the mediated drive, which actually has a universal value for others to learn.
Yes, exactly. And so that's where because I was expressing my hesitations, and then Cadell went there, and I was like, that I can do. But the drive, what is the drive? I would say the drive for me was an inherently male drive, and that is to say that it didn't really become distinct prior to puberty, right? And that means that, I was just a kid who was born in California. I was a child of immigrants. They were too poor to live in the city they were in, but my mother's father had a small business that he was able to, because of his small business and where he was at with everything, they had like a duplex, and they had been renting it out to other people, but they were able to move my parents into that duplex. And then my parents found God, and my dad switched out his alcoholism for the Bible. And they got super into like a quiverful family, like make as many babies as possible. Many in my family would just call it a cult. There was no compound, but it was like this. It was kind of like that. And my bone to pick with ideology and dogma and epistemological gaslighting and everything, that comes from probably before I was fully conscious yet, when I was being spanked because I was just being yelled at and told, you have to do this, you have to do that. And I think the first word that I really learned, it probably wasn't the first word I spoke. I think the first words I was like known for saying was like big truck, because big trucks would drive by and I'd be like, big truck. I loved big trucks, and I wanted to be a dump truck driver when I grew up. Like I was really set on that. But this drive of mine comes from a frustration with being told I just have to toe the line, that I just have to play along, that I just have to regurgitate. And sucks for my parents in their little experiment, because I was the first that they conceived in a long line of children that were meant to be quiverful babies. Like they had 2 children when they were normies, but when they got radicalized, I was the first arrow in the quiver, like made for God. And I was just like, who? What God? Why? And like this little philosopher, and they're just like, we'll beat the demon out of him, right? And that's pretty normal. That's pretty normal for parents who are struggling, who are very stressed, especially ones who live in a super, super bougie, liberal Californian city, right? They come from Podunk, Kalmar, Alberta, Canada, and they're living in this, like Marin County is the most expensive area in the Bay Area, right? And, it's probably a 45-minute drive if there's good, not a lot of traffic, into San Francisco. This is where people who think that Berkeley has too many black people or whatever, this is where they go live, in Marin County, But of course, there's gangs. And the gang violence was rising, because it had been rising over the last 20 years. And so my parents didn't like that, because my brother got mugged a couple of times, right? Because he would go out, he's kind of a solitary wanderer type, and he was getting like hounded by these local gangs. And so that's like the situation that made them want to go live in the woods. That coupled with ideology. And like, I would always get called a wise ass, or my mom never used the word ass. She would say, she had a word for it. It's escaping me right now. Signorelli, I don't know what the word is, but it's basically jackass, right? But that would be the word used if you want to make sense of their reasoning and not just take orders, right? Like, oh, you're questioning things. That's a sign of rebellion. And the chief virtue in this fundamentalist evangelical homeschool group, which is the same group the Duggars were a part of, right? The documentary on Prime called Happy Shiny People is about the international homeschooling
group and that does conventions and such that my mom and dad got into. And obedience, as I was saying, is the chief virtue, right? And I think that would work for a lot of kids, and I think that makes sense for a lot of kids. A lot of kids really do need structure. They really do need prohibition. They really do need to be told no. And really, like, little kids probably shouldn't usually get much of an explanation. Don't run out in traffic. Why? Fucking, I told you, just don't do it. Okay, let me explain. You're going to get hit by the car. Okay, well, that's a really easy example. But what about when it's all these other things and they're all stressed out? You can't expect my mom to be a philosopher or to be able to know how to handle a little philosopher in a situation like that. Because I think my mom is like a lot of working class moms who are very stressed out, which is to say, they know that the liberal elite in the area they live in is saying you should sit there and do nonviolent communication with them. You know, you should sit down and you should observe neutrally, and then you should talk about your values. No, share your feelings about how your neutral observation of the situation caused certain feelings to rise up inside of you. And then you say, it's on the basis of certain values that I'm feeling these things. Now let me make you a non-conditional or a request, like a request that you can choose to follow through on or not. And of course, like Alfie Kohn and these kinds of parenting gurus in like the 1980s and 90s, they were like all about that. But my parents, obviously, they're growing up in liberal hellhole, and obviously there's class going on, and they don't understand that, right? They're like these poor immigrants, and my dad's going into all of their, multi-million-dollar houses, and is being treated like the help, like a piece of shit, like a slob, right? And he's trying to fix their washing machines and their dryers and their refrigerators, and he's dealing with all of their kind of Karens. He's dealing with wine Karens. And so of course they wanted to go live out in the woods and homeschool us. But the thing about the vision being rolled out by families like the Duggars, they were in that show 21 and Counting. For anyone who doesn't know, they had a lot of kids. And it was all like, oh, we're so happy. This is like God's way. And of course, it was like a really dark, kind of fucked up family, but they were just hiding all of that. It's reality TV, but it's also kind of like the real situation. But I'm trying to say, I don't think it's unique to that. Like, I think when I was growing up, I thought everyone else, everywhere else was having a better life, that my problems came from this ideology. So I was very anti-religious by the time I was like 20. The period from 15 to 20 was like struggling with this idea of God, this thing I'm supposed to pray to that doesn't answer, So I was like struggling at the time. But like by the time I was like 20, I was like a pretty pissed off atheist, right? I was blaming God or the idea of God, and especially religion, and especially fundamentalist religion, for something that had a class basis. The way my parents were being treated before they were radicalized, or I should say, as they were radicalized to become more reactive to this liberal progressive wine Karen approach to life, didn't help anything. Like that's kind of where I go crazy with the activism today. I don't think it helps a fucking thing, right? Because even if you are able to make some administrators or institutional like bureaucrats in certain situations capitulate to you and start reading land acknowledgements or maybe even change a policy or whatever, the lengths that you go to make them feel uncomfortable or potentially scared so that they change something in policy or at the level of their speech acts, not only does it not usually pan out in material, substantial changes, but it is the thing that feeds the reaction of people like my parents who don't understand the system that they're in. They've never had the resources for understanding the system that they're in. They just need to stay above water. And staying above water was very hard. And this is where I relate really, really heavily with where Cadell's coming from when he talks about his mom being gone from 8 a.m. until 11 p.m. My dad would be gone from before sunup until after sundown. And my mom had to do everything. And bringing it back to this idea, like the Duggar vision, that's a rich family, and they still couldn't pull it off. They still have an extremely dysfunctional family, and there's all these survivor groups for people who grow up in these communities, and And I was part of those until I was like, okay, this is performative victimhood bullshit. I can't stand it. But I feel my heart goes out to the people who get up, who are trying to recover and who are trying to process their trauma together. But of course, it's kind of like, if you're not feeling healthy, you probably shouldn't go hang out with a bunch of people who aren't feeling healthy, right? And the internet says, oh yeah, let's all get together and then tell everyone else how to treat us, right? Bad idea, right? And so that was me realizing, oh, like I have bullshit that I have to deal with. I have like this background that I don't know how to come to reconcile. And the best way to do that probably isn't in these recovery groups. Well, whether you're rich or poor, there's problems with this sort of like standardized mass family rearing, top down. Father is the umbrella, underneath him is the mother, underneath the mother is the eldest son, underneath the eldest son, and it's very strict hierarchy, and obedience is the chief virtue. And if you question orders, then that actually means that Satan is whispering in your ear. That is what? Rebellion. The chief sin, according to them. They'd say like the main reason that Lucifer gets kicked out of heaven is rebellion. So that's the main thing to watch for in children. That's so funny. And if they do it, if children are showing rebellion, you have to spank it out of them. So on the one side, on the left side, you have this virtue hoarding, PMC, Alfie Kohn approach that requires infinite time energy to be able to have relationships. If you want to have like poly relationships, or if you and talk about boundaries and consent, or if you want to have children and you're trying to empower them by letting them make all of the decisions in their lives at the age of 5, not only is it irrational and blah blah blah, but it's also assuming that you have all of this leisure and you can just focus on them. But so what's the shortcut? Obviously, the reactive shortcut is just beat the shit out of them. And of course, I want to be nice to my parents and say they weren't like throwing us against walls. They didn't have like nails in clubs that they were hitting us with or anything. They didn't chain us to the corner in the basement, right? Like when I say that I'm a feral child who grew up in the woods, I mean I was running around in bare feet, and when I wasn't cheating on my math homework because I didn't have any teachers, it's like I couldn't really do anything with it. It didn't come easy. I was running around, doing like. Not hood shit. It was wood shit. I was doing wood shit with my couple of friends, right? And it was fine up until the age of 12. So Timenergy at the personal level up until 12 was pretty much like not a question. From my own personal standpoint, I had this extreme excess of it, right? Like, but that's why you can talk about relative time energy, but the kind of time energy that matters is the people in your lives being able to have it. Because if your mom and your dad and your grandparents and your friends in your neighborhood, if everyone is stressed out and gone working constantly, you cannot say that society has time energy. You cannot say your culture has time energy. Your family doesn't have time energy. And without large energy infused repeatable blocks of time to do things, which would be the condition for being able to discover and develop talents, but also to be able to collaborate and do things cooperatively, much less ritualistically, you're fucked, right? Puberty is where I switched from just being like, oh yeah, it's all this freedom, to being like, actually, I fucking hate my family. I fucking hate my dad. And I was blaming him for never being home, right? I was like, you guys keep having kids, but you can't spend time with kids. And we've never actually had a real conversation in our entire lives without you yelling at me. And so it was like, of course I took it out on my parents. And when you hate your family and you hate, and you think that the larger society had it good, and then you run away from home, and then you live in the larger society and you discover actually it doesn't seem like anyone else has it good either, right? Well, then you just end up being a scene kid where you go like, punch the air and scream or whatever, and there's really nothing more to it until like I was older. And so all of these points that I was talking about earlier in this conversation were points of burnout. And whenever there was a point of burnout, my drive eventually found some new outlet. or maybe we could say a cathexis or what have you, but or cathected onto something. I don't really understand this psychoanalytic language too well, but I think that's how you talk about it. And so drive obviously is the thing that comes and undermines what you're trying to be, right? And working class people want to have good lives, but also the animal or the id, it's not the animal, it's the id, which is an inhuman thing, needs what it needs, right? This is why people will say that, like, well, I didn't choose to be a homosexual. It's just my life. It chose me. It's because you don't choose your drive. Your drive chooses you, and you're in its grasp in a sort of sense. And you can be like, oh, I'm going to be disciplined. I'm going to control myself. Well, that's the law. Drive is inherently opposed to the law. And so my life was just like sex, drugs, rock and roll, and living in what Kierkegaard called the aesthetic sphere. And it wasn't until college, as I'd mentioned earlier, that I was like, oh, I discovered estranged labor. And it was reading Marx's 1844 manuscripts of the estranged labor where it suddenly was like, oh, so it's not just my parents choosing things. It's the fact that they didn't even have any real contact with what Marx is calling their species being, which is, and most people misunderstand this. Most people interpret species being to say that it's just, oh, you need water, you need food, you need shelter, you need to survive, you need to procreate. But it's not just about babies and brilliance. It's about the kind of babies and the kind of brilliance, which I'm sure everyone will understand and readily agree with. But that's kind of where I would like to take that, is like, what kind of babies are we trying to make in this society? Are they ones who do not have role models and relationships with older people who've dealt with shit before? And therefore, because with role models, and I get into this in the book, with role models, you have more ways of doing mimicry and differentiation that break outside of simple forms of transgression. There's more sophisticated ways of transgressing than just drinking, just drugs, just sex. And it's like, those are all fine and dandy, but, let's use Churchill as an example, as I do in the book. Churchill, I mean, he was a womanizing drunk at a certain level, but he could also drink all night and he wasn't sloppy. He was drinking and chewing on cigars, but he wasn't sloppy. And the reason he wasn't sloppy was because his drive was going way beyond just partying in the moment, because he was a political animal. And he wouldn't have been a political animal if he wasn't hanging out at the Rothschilds' house every summer, right? He was hanging out with the Rothschilds. And then I list the other families in this book where he'd spend 2 weeks at this rich person's family, then this rich person's family, then this rich person's family, because there's like 70 richest families in London, and they all try to do this child exchange thing. And what that does for a child is it shows them different kind of role models that they can mimic and transgress. It's not just one father. It's like they kind of have like this ability to differentiate themselves. But when you don't have a relationship with your father, and you don't have a relationship with any positive older figures who will have real conversations with you and offer you real mentorship, and you don't have access to the kind of education or leisure-filled schooling, which would be skole, that is going to help you to explore and develop your talents, all you're left with is like the most easy escapes.
The fraternity.
From immediacy, the fraternity, yeah. And so that's basically what I want to say about the personal here.
Should we open it up a bit?
Yeah. I wrote down beat, molested, and neglected. And the reason I wrote that is because it's the story of every person I know in my life who didn't go to college. And so when people glorify poverty or act like the lumpen proletariat's got the solutions, or the underclass has the solutions, like their rage is somehow going to be the solution, it's like, we're talking about the most fucked up people in the world, okay? And I don't know, middle class people don't have it easy either, but all of the weight of society comes pressing down, and every clean space produces an ugly underbelly somewhere. All of the sewage goes somewhere, and someone lives in it. And those people get blamed for their own problems. And I think at a certain level, responsibility matters, blah, 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 but also this is why Timenergy matters at a structural level. We'll get into the structural stuff in a bit, but I'm interested in hearing everybody's thoughts on.
Perfect. Great.
On it.
Beat, molested, and neglected.
Yeah.
So do we pass? Do you want to pass around that mic?
Oh, we go to Joris first, though, for sure. We definitely want to go to Joris first.
Yeah.
Joris it's almost like a virtual panel because we're all shown side by side on the screen right now. So we'd love to hear from you. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for sharing those stories. In the beginning, when you were talking, I was like, oh, I cannot relate to this. It's a totally different world, but by listening more and more, I think I can relate it, but through generations behind me.
Yeah.
So my dad, he lived in a working class family. So my grandmother, she had to work in a bakery and all night long. So the stories you are telling, I hear my dad telling them.
Yeah.
So weird.
Yeah.
And so the first generation, that's my grandparents. They were religious, and they had to work like these hours that you're explaining. And so my dad was the first of the extended family. He was the only child, by the way. But he was the first smart kid that went to the university of all his peers in the family. So he was the first that went to study engineer, and he climbed up the ladder. And so that's I was raised by him. So you see that it's like there's one generation difference between
That's
us.
what I hope for my kids.
Yeah. So
I hope my kids have that experience. I hope my kids have that experience that you're having.
Yeah, absolutely. And so I'm like the third generation, and I grew up very privileged because my mom, she didn't have to work, and my dad even, because she was ambitious, she wanted to create her own company, but at the end of her life, she talked to me about it, and she said that my dad, he passed away 2 years earlier, and he even acknowledged that he didn't want her to succeed in a company because he wanted her to stay with us kids, because he didn't want a life like with the mom always working. So all these stories, like it's like strange to connect them. So she didn't have to work, but she had her own struggles with cancer and stuff. She was young, but so I grew up like with a mom at home. She made our sandwiches. She brought us to school with the car. My life, I'm pampered. I'm super privileged. So that's different. But we unite somewhere on when I quit my job around my age of 40. So where this is going nowhere.
Can I ask you? So you grew up in privilege.
Yeah.
But you didn't waste your time. Like you disciplined yourself. You got an education. You were dedicated towards something. So why do you think that is?
Because my parents stimulated me.
So it was like positive transference with the parents.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I think it's like the whole. It's like the culture in Belgium. We are all in the same generational trend because of the war, maybe the war, Second World War, and then first generation, second generation, third generation. So it seems like a more societal trend or stuff. So, but I wanted to say that I can relate very well to the feeling you explained in the beginning of your conversation, where you said this feeling of this is going nowhere. I had that experience when I was 42. So same experience. So I'm working in a bank for 20 years, replicating what my dad was doing. And then I had this feeling, I don't want that kind of future. So it's like it repeats, even when you're privileged. Because I didn't want to have a career in a big company like he did, and he pushed us out of working class somehow. So it's
But
very interesting.
you were
to see the
mimicking his drive.
I was mimicking his drive.
Exactly.
And then when he died, I started questioning myself. I don't want this future. And so I'm doing something else now. And I'm curious to see the fourth generation. My kids, they are 17 now. They don't have the stories that I had from my dad telling how it was when he was small, and they didn't have a lot of stuff at home, and they don't even have those stories. And I can only tell the stories, but I didn't live them. So it's so strange.
Maybe your son will get into music when he experiences hardship. He does, no hardship, no music.
Yeah. But when I quit my job in the banking, I left my golden cage. I did have this fear of, am I the generation that's going to be at the top and starting to create the generational decline again? It's like it's cyclical. It could be cyclical, because if you have no link with those experiences, you don't have the drive.
Hard times create good men create good times create weak men.
Something like that.
Something like this.
So that's one of my anxieties. Yeah.
The women are reproducing the men. No, it's a meme. It's a meme. Don't take it too seriously.
Good men become women?
Good thing it's on microphone.
Yeah.
So that's how I could relate to those stories. So it's interesting to think generational.
So is for you time, energy, and abundance?
Yeah, compared to most people. Yeah. And it was after I quit, I was in full abundance of time, energy. Now I'm starting to work a lot more again, but I can oscillate between periods of abundance of time, energy, and then so that's super luxurious. Yeah.
When you're using it, like the thing is this is, the way that I talked about in the previous day, money is often a substitute for time, energy, right? I can't make my own pencil, but I can buy it, and that is obviously congealed labor, time from other people, like this effort and scientific brilliance, right? This space is congealed time, energy in a sort of sense. You relatively speaking have some, right? And you also have a space that allows you to do something with it, and you're doing something with it.
Yeah.
It's a venue. It's a real place.
Yeah.
The plaque.
Yeah.
It's the spot. The spot. Exactly.
Exactly. Yeah. Something like that.
So yeah, let's open it up. Either Nance, did you want to say something, and then or what are you thinking? And then after that, just whoever wants to jump in will jump in.
Yeah, I don't know. I similarly share abhorrence of talking about personal stuff. But I guess it does matter to kind of demonstrate the stakes. Because they are real, and they like working to free up time, energy, as opposed to just being an angry, disaffected, whatever, anarchist or Marxist or some kind of leftist or whatever, burning down buildings and doing graffiti and stuff like that. I've been there and I've tried that, and similarly saw like this is only hurting ultimately me and the people who I share a condition with. And so being able to articulate this lack that has always been a part of my life, coming from an extremely broken home, like almost a caricature of the broken home itself. Like there was always something missing. There was always something to be angry about, but it was always just kind of diffuse and kind of amorphous and everywhere all at once. But having the ability to name it allows me to kind of direct my energy and my personal efforts. And like I have a structure that I can reference when I'm thinking like, is this worth it? Should I sit around feeling sad? Yeah, sometimes we do need to sit around feeling sad. Like we've all been through what we've been through, and you can't be John Wayne all the time. Not all the time, but so yeah, sometimes you eat ice cream, you jerk off, you feel sorry for yourself. But like having a like a dragon to slay kind of allows me to, rather than tilting at windmills, actually try to fight a real dragon. Yeah, and I don't know. Personal details, people die, shit happens. It's not like, this is not just activism. This is not just like performative. I need somewhere to belong. Oh, I feel so sad. I need to go to a group to have people assuage my. No, like this really is like a directional, intergenerational project that depends on thousands of years of congealed knowledge and labor and trials and tribulations, that we then pour into physical spaces and digital experiments in hybridity and confronting discomfort, uncertainty and insecurities and all the things. Yeah.
I just want to say, like, what I'm picking up from what you're saying in relationship to what Dimitri was saying on Tuesday about the meaning of philosophy. It's almost the goal of philosophy is like this reconciliation, like almost like activism and being angry, coming into a reconciliation with the situation, so that we can really start to build something beyond ourselves, something like that.
Yeah, absolutely. Because I think ultimately, like all the currently existing projects are just like individual, for the most part, identity-based politics, and that will fail. And as it was said the other day, some of us are horny for the apocalypse. I think I definitely am, but that's unsatisfying. I want something more. I think we are doomed. I'm maybe almost convinced that we are doomed, which is why we need to like radically break out of currently existing projects and structures. And
So why aren't you just like I don't know, like a prepper then?
well, materially, I can't afford it, and you have commitments, you have obligations, that trap you in a sense. Like everything becomes a prison ultimately, and you can rail against it, and you can be kind of like a feudal, helpless child, or you can put your big boy pants on and say, well, what can I do? And I do believe that this project is something we, the amorphous we, can do.
All right, let's bleed into. Is it? Yeah, whoever wants to. Yeah, the order of whoever wants to.
Yeah, take care of that for me too.
Yeah.
I have a lot of notes. So I don't hate talking about the personal. I do see the danger with talking about personal as affect and emotional and self-victimization and masochism, self-denigration. That's a result of the beating, of the being molested, of the neglect, of the having been forced to withdraw into yourself, and in that self-withdrawal start self-harming, because that's what the system does. It harms you. You take over the structure of the system, you start self-harming. Yeah, I think that's a good starting point, and I think we all dealt with it. The necessity of self-harm by withdrawing from the structures that would not acknowledge, recognize, or be able to deal with our subjectivity. So, I'm Dutch. I speak a few languages, and I come from not only a migrant family from different backgrounds, but my whole family is kind of an underworld. I kind of come from the underworld. And my grandma was working for prostitutes. Her brother had a brothel in Germany. The only intellectual person in my family is my Brazilian uncle, who was studying sociology and was put into prison for having a very small amount of cocaine. He was there for years, and in prison he wrote a book about his experience in prison. And the first time I went to Brazil, I was in my mom's belly in the prison, and my mom was coming to him and hysterically lashing out. And he's writing about the book. He's talking about me in that book. That it's so funny that this little Dutch baby is like traveling all over the world. But my mom fled from Brazil because of a difficult situation there, and she had the first electronic band in Brazil. She was promoted by Adidas, traveling the whole country, touring, doing concerts. She had a queer club playing songs by Army of Lovers and things like this. And eventually she meets my father. Like all Brazilians do, they have an idealized picture of Europe as the continent supposed to enjoy, which is a very pervasive kind of thing we find. But yeah, she went to the Netherlands. They separated after a short time. I was 2 years old, asking my dad, "Can you stop beating my mom?" And well, eventually, well, she brought me up and my sister, who has like an IQ of 70 and can speak and read and speak 3 languages, but she cannot go to the grocery store alone. Anyway, so the next time I went to Brazil, I think it was 4 or 5. When we went back to the Netherlands, I was so integrated into my Brazilian identity, and that at the airport, the lady asked, "What's your nationality?" And I said, "I'm Brazilian," in Portuguese. And then my mom was like laughing and saying, "No, he's Dutch." And I was like, "No, I'm Brazilian." No, my mom's saying, "No, you're Brazilian, but you're Dutch. You know, this is how it works. And we're going to the Netherlands. You have a Dutch passport." And I was crying like, "No, I'm Brazilian. I'm Brazilian. I want to be Brazilian. I am Brazilian. What are you talking about?" And I'm saying this not because this particular experience matters the most to me, but because it's very difficult to communicate the continual identity crises you deal with coming from a multicultural background. If I, with people who have this, I feel like I can communicate it with, Arabs or Africans or Latin Americans or Moroccans or Turks. But with especially the worst people is actually the white woke people. They understand the least how this is, and this is why they get all this fantasy of everything is amazing that's multicultural. This is the most racist thing ever. So like a lot of migrant people, I had problems with schools, with the school system, and since we live in this day and age where it's all about the fraternity, and there's this castrated fatherhood, which you cannot mother yourself up to. A lot of people, like Cadell wrote about in an article talking about Daniel Todd, people look for digital substitute fathers. If I look back, who was my first digital substitute father? It was it was people in the new atheist movement in America, like Richard Dawkins, a few others, and I was binging those videos when I was 15 years old because I wanted and needed and was yearning and needy for a dogma. Like, can someone please be my dad so I can model him? And the difference, and this is a huge difference, that you grew up with fundamentalism, Christian fundamentalism. I grew up in the Netherlands, and just like the UK, we have this, we come from this post-Cold War, post-modern, permissive, relativist culture. So I grew up in this, and in this culture, education is always supposed to be fun and never. There's no hierarchy. There's no clear, explicit hierarchy. There's no fundamentalist dogma which you can adhere and explicitly rebel against, because the hierarchy itself is obfuscated. But I still was watching all the new atheists talking about reacting against Christian fundamentalism in America. So somehow I found the dogma that I wanted in new atheism. But when I became 16, in 2016, Trump got elected in America. I already was in my third school because I got kicked out of 2. And nothing was working for me in my personal life in the system. My subjectivity wasn't being acknowledged or recognized or being seen or heard. So I was trying to have myself against fathers I had to create, courtesy of Gail here. The son creates the father. Let's meditate with this. The son creates the father. So when Trump got elected and I was kicked out of school again, and they were putting me on Adderall and antidepressant and sleeping pills and having all these, again, white, woke, postmodern, permissive, relativist, PMC people who I would visit, and they're like, "You're such a nice kid. How can you not do well in school?" Completely disconnected from what I do. Like, I remember vividly, I went to this villa of this, like, psychotherapist who was giving me a diagnosis of ADHD. So you just get the pills, you're gonna be all right. Not allowing me to speak anything in that space, which, I mean, she couldn't anyway make that possible. But so yeah, Trump got elected. I saw that, was like, damn, that's crazy. That's crazy. We had Geert Wilders in the Netherlands. We had Trump for since a child. I knew what Trump was because we had Geert Wilders. Trump wasn't anything new, but that it happened in America and he became president of America, that was crazy. And in this time I was looking like, okay, but what are all those wars about? What's this Bernie guy talking about? And I thought, like, damn, everything's a lie. And I thought, this new atheism, they don't talk about this shit. They cannot be my dogma. I need another dogma. And then I found Noam Chomsky talking about it. And Noam Chomsky also talking about education and the problems with education. I was like, damn, that's fucking correct. That's fucking correct. And then then you go to anarchism, to Marxism, and started exploring. Eventually, I was skipping school, picking up Kant and Roger Scruton in the library to read them, saying to myself, I found the absolute truth in Kant, and that we have to stay with this. What this Kant guy, he's onto something. But we have to be active, right? And it's about this. I wanted to do. I didn't accept, my drive didn't accept being beat and molested and neglected. So I wanted to take responsibility to change the world. So eventually I joined a Maoist communist organization, which was in direct contact with the Filipino guerrillas, the Turkish and Kurdish guerrillas like the YPG, MLKP, TKPML. You can Google and Wikipedia them. They have a lot of guns. People there, they were crazy going there to shoot AKs and everything. And so eventually COVID hit, and I saw how all these communists, Stalinists, first of all, they didn't read Hegel. It didn't make sense. I was reading Stalin, was like, hey, this is not the dialectics that Lenin talks about. Mao's dialectics is not Lenin's dialectics. He's talking about Hegel. So I was trying to read the Phenomenology of Spirit. I've discovered the Cadell's YouTube account, and he did this meditation course that I joined. The rest is history. And yeah, because of the fact that I wanted always to retain a sense of self and to create my father, I always valued my time energy lack, my time energy. And I always was hyper aware of its lack. I need I'm always aware of my time energy lag, and fuck, I have a time energy lag. I have a time energy lag. I need to create space. I need to not work. I need to work like a lot of time and then have like 2 months not to work. Stuff like this. And yeah, this time energy lag is a privilege I'm grateful for, actually, because I've had to deal with it myself and creating my own father through that. The father as the result of my own drive. And Dave, I don't think you perhaps you didn't get this yourself, but you said to make sense of reasoning. This is something that you try to do with your parents who told you the abstract universality of the truth of the transcendent God who's bringing down the law, right? So, okay, you got this universal law, this reasoning. There's a certain logic there. And then you're trying to make sense of it, or rather, you're trying to make it sensuous. In other words, you're trying to bring experience together with concept. And that's personality. Because personality is concept. The person is concept and personality is conceptual. And this is my first true philosophical project. It's called Hegelian Tantra. It was a Žižekian project, playfully critiquing Žižek, using Alenka Zupancic, and basically it was me going to the new Tantra workshops, level 1 and 2, while being in the Cadel's Phenomenology of Hegel, Phenomenology of Spirit course, and going into the most raw immediacy of sexual difference in a container allowing all types of perversions, domination, submission, anal, oral shit, like orgies, you go on. The most radical experience of sexual difference that I guess anyone in their like early 20s can experience, but doing this as spirit science, not only with the concept and thinking through experience with the concept, but doing it for the concept. And this
Could you kind of explain like what that means? Like 'cause I still, I mean, I've read the Phenomenology of Spirit
Yeah,
and stuff, but the concept is just like, well, what does it mean to say the concept and relate it to your personality and maybe just kind of think of like like a bit of an audience here, you know?
the universal logic of language, and which is not just this abstracting. You know, it's not coming up with a transcendent idea about how the world should be and how I want to enforce it and bring that down. And then these people, you know, like you or like me or all of us are asking the question, how can I make sense of this reasoning that's being forced down my throat? The concept is not that. The concept is the unity of that sense and that reasoning. And this is a contradiction. So it's the linguistic basis of experience, the fact that everything is always already symbolically mediated, and that there is no thought without language, and that thought equates language, and that to make sense of your experience, to express your experience, you are already within the concept, you are already within thinking, within language. So it's this. But I started, as I said, with dogma, and religious dogma in the form of anti-religion, and then political dogma in the form of communism, and ridiculous types of activism. And in the structure you see with Hegel is that first he writes the Phenomenology of Spirit, which is concerned with the science of experience. Then he goes into the science of logic, which is the science of the concept. What are the logical forms we see within the concept? Terms like being, and how being is nothing, how being comes down to nothing, or fullness to emptiness, essence, and syllogism, and we can go on for a long time here. But he goes from experience to concept, to politics. And I think we have to stay with this tension. We have to stay with, first of all, the withdrawal of the self-relation, the father being a result of the drive as, perhaps we could even say, a positive result of the necessity of self-harm for liberation. And I recently watched this super American interview with some neurological guy, and he said that there is these types of people who can glitch the brain in such a way that they get pleasure out of harming themselves. So think of a very simple example. People are addicted to going to the gym. Like, the gym is obviously some type of pain. Now, another form of this is like substance abuse. And this is the drive, right? This response of the drive. But there's these types of people that can glitch the brain in such a way that they can get intrinsic motivation out of a type of self-harm that is constructive for the drive. And this is nothing new. Actually, what he talks about, we don't need the science of this for this. Moses Mendelssohn, before Kant published this, What is Enlightenment, in the same journal, talked about this, and he said that the same people who have the capacity to do the greatest harm are also the people who have the capacity to do greatest good. Now, there's no necessity here. You can just be doing greatest harm and never go into the good. But I think there's something to it. I think the way in which some people are unplugged from the mediocrity of the big other and glitch their own operating system and do types of self-harm, like anorexia is a fantastic example of this. Like, they get enjoyment out of not eating. And for them, it can be even like cutting yourself can be like utterly orgasmic. But these type of people, like, that's a strength in them. And if they manage to flip it, that's something great, actually. Oh yeah, so I will say one more thing about this, because I did self-harm and cutting into my own body, and eventually put into a clinical ward. And then they give me this antipsychotic pills. I was glad because I got some drugs, and I like drugs. But these and all these people started talking with me, and at a certain point, I was put into this self-isolation cell for like 7 hours, and no one's like there, and I had no phone, and it was like super boring, and the drugs faded out, and eventually this black guy walked in, and I've had a lot of experience with clinics, psychiatry, a psychologist, but this is the only also good memory I have of it. This black guy walked in, and he sat down to me, and I asked how it's going. I said, it's horrible. Like, I hate life. Probably I said I want to kill myself or something like this. And he asked me, what do you like? And back then I was like 17, and I was rapping, and I said I like hip hop. And then we were talking about rappers and exchanging, interacting about the mutual love we have for hip hop. And this attests to me to the I cannot live without music, and like Nietzsche says too, the intrinsic power of music. Another straightforward political example here is Public Enemy, which are these types of people who withdraw from the mediocrity of the big other, who deny being denigrated, who also go beyond the masochism and the self-harm to create a sense of self in music, to speak their mind using the poetry of free association in the rhythm of music. And I mean, it's highly political, politically emancipating. So this is, I want to, let me see.
Highlight a thread of Dimitri talking about unplugging from the mediocrity of the big other, and you messaged to me about mediocrity that we should The mediocrity. Just wanted to make that connection. Maybe it's interesting. Mediocrity.
Yeah. Yeah, it's funny. Hegel has this very. Usually, Hegel doesn't seem to me to be a cynical thinker, but Hegel has this one moment in which he writes that mediocrity rules the world and has always ruled the world, and he's in a kind of like a depressive mode there. But it's never been a problem for those world historical individuals who have excelled in the way that they do. So mediocrity is the norm for the entirety of human history. And that's also something we have to take into account when we say such a thing. So yeah, I don't believe in doing politics without working through sexual difference in a radical manner, without working through unplugging from the mediocrity of the big other and overcoming self-harm in a way that's cultivating a constructive drive, and also cultivating one's own creativity, and diversifying or differentiating one's conceptuality. And with that I mean personality. With that I mean learning a new language, cultivating a long-term relationship with someone who seems a complete alien at first. These types of things. And the impact of that should not be underestimated. And also music, cultivating one's voice and to speak one's voice and to sing one's voice musically. These we have to. This is going to come up hopefully in the organizational and global part. Like we have to rethink the relationship between aesthetics and politics, because that's come up in the last conversation, and it's completely inadequate the way that we've dealt with it. It's been a huge topic in 19th century Germany, with huge consequences for 20th century Germany, which we are still living through now, post-Cold War. And yeah, we have to take it seriously. So with that, I will pass the mic.
Skirt.
Skirt.
Who's picking up? Owen. Pass it on to Owen.
Oh, I can just build from that last point. Because I went back the other day, I was listening to Camille Paglia's interview that she did with Jordan Peterson, right, as he was blowing up. And he was dunking on postmodern theory. And she was talking about her historical process maturing as an intellectual, actually in a very similar way to what we're doing here, talking about her struggle with institutions and the political context in which she was a young female academic coming up in the context of American culture, late 50s, 1960s. And there was this huge embrace of high French theory, Derrida and Foucault and Lacan, through this American lens. And she did not like it. And her point against it is that I'm interested in art, and art requires a relationship with tactility, with the body. And these high theorists go straight into abstractions, and they don't actually have that much to say. She's like, look, I'm teaching young sculptors, young musicians, young painters, young sketchers, and they want to see visually and hear sonically and feel the history of art, feel the movements of eroticism, of pleasure, of pain. And theory on its own is not going to give them that. And that was her ethos about what she thought the 60s was about, and this embrace of color, of drugs, of sex, of India, and all of these things. And I think there is a deep truth in that. I think at the same time, for me, what I've the journey I've been through, it's I've been very grateful to both have had spaces to go into that, and also conceptual mediation, you could say, both through reading. I mean, so I was this guitarist and I was into music and I was into partying, but I'd also studied the classics, and I had this sense that there was something going on in the classics. And then I discovered Nietzsche when I was 19 because I got a Kindle for my birthday, and I went onto the cheap books list, and there was the collected works of Nietzsche for 99p. So I went, okay, yeah, this guy's got a cool name. And I spent this summer reading this guy Nietzsche and just fucking blowing my head open. And it was, what I loved about Nietzsche was that he was actually writing about these works, these people that I'd spent 8 years studying in school. I'd studied Latin for a long time. I was saying this to one of you guys the other day. Nobody had ever in high school explained what the value of studying that was. Why study poetry? Why study art? Why study philosophy? Why study ancient culture? Why study ancient history? Why study a different language? Why study an ancient language? And yet I think I feel fortunate that I could just feel that there was something in that anyway. And I think that was partly because, I need to make sure I don't go off topic here, but I'm very much a product, I think, of Blair's Britain. My parents are lower middle class, Blairite successes in a sense for what that means. But basically it meant I grew up in the stale suburbia with a very bureaucratic middle management dad. And it was just stale. That's the word for it. Stale, boring, dry. And then in a very British way, all this unspoken sexual excess that got recuperated in this nasty BDSM relationship that my mum and I had unconsciously with each other. Meanwhile, my dad was just this absent presence, right? And so, to go back to where I was, I think there was something that I was getting both in reading Latin poetry and in playing heavy metal music that gave me, there's a way out of this, the mediocrity, right? That's probably where this fucking Blairite suburban mediocrity. And I have to try and remember the thread that I started.
While you're remembering, I just want to say, like, who was it recently? Was it something that I was doing with Theory Underground or Philosophy Portal? I forget, but like feeding had come up. I don't know how. And I was like, yeah, like they never, because it wasn't philosophy people. I forget what group this was, but they weren't philosophy people. And I said, yeah, it's funny how they never really think about how unconsciously sexual it is. And then everyone at the table like is blushing and going like, ha ha ha. Like one guy, oh yeah, it was my students in the discussion group at Boise State, last class with them all. And the one guy who was like, he has it all together and he lost his shit. He laughed way too hard. And I was like, oh fuck, dude. Yeah, but it's like, and then I was like, Freud might've been onto something or whatever. Then we moved on, but no, there is something
totally.
weird. There's something
my
about
dad and mum weren't fucking, and she had this female sexual excess, and I was the next man in line. And it was never physical. It was always emotional and subliminal and manipulative. And I look back at it now and I go, okay, I was playing the game as well. I have to fucking hold up and go, I was getting my own enjoyment out of that. And that's uncomfortable to hold and to reconcile with. Yeah, so I was talking about Nietzsche and I was talking about Paglia. So Nietzsche actually started to unlock why read these texts. And then I finished my undergraduate degree in the classics. Still, no professor in the university had actually explained why I was doing it. Actually, it was basically classics in Britain. There's a degree of clout to it because it used to be what you train the upper class in. And so it's, oh yeah, you should do it. And of course we're studying it and we're getting something out of it, but it's never been explicitly framed what it's about. It's never been given a concept, you could say. And then actually Jordan Peterson blows up and people say what you like about him, but he actually had a Jungian and Nietzschean inspired theory of art and psychology that could unify why study humanities, why study art, and tie it towards a conception of the good, of society, of why life and striving and being engaged as a citizen and chasing after ethics and all of these things actually means something. And that was the first time genuinely in my life that somebody contemporary I had heard articulate even why do civilization. I was so much a product of this nihilistic Blairite mediocrity. I remember having these arguments with my mum when I was 14, 15, basically saying, why have I got to go to school? So you can get good grades. Why have I got to get good grades? So you can go to a good university. Why have I got to go to a good university? So you can get a good job. Why have I got to get a good job? So you can have options. Okay, but why have I got to have options? So you don't end up doing something miserable. And it's like, okay, but there's nothing more than that other than feeding this individual ego, right? It's all just about maximizing your opportunities. And funnily enough, actually, I was reading Peter Thiel's book on startups a couple of years ago, and he makes exactly this critique of capital, the way capital is working at the moment, that people are encouraged to become consultants and lawyers rather than engineers and artists and things like that. Basically, we've produced, and bankers as well, right? These jobs, the elite jobs at the moment, are jobs where you provide services to other people, but you're not actually building something from scratch yourself. Yeah. Yeah. And that's what the smartest and the most talented kids are being plucked and raised by the entire schooling system. And the superego they're given is that is the hallmark of success. And I had my very, very brief, bizarre career where I was a management consultant because I went on a 10-day silent meditation retreat and ended up blagging a management consulting job out of it. And it didn't last very long. I had a mental breakdown after 6 months and left. But it was that environment, and I got very close to the CEO who'd been in Ernst & Young, EY, one of the big four accounting firms, had left. And in his soul, he was tormented, and he loved me because I brought something that nobody else in his entire world had been able to show him. And we would have, even after I stopped working for him, we'd have these great dinners where we'd go out and he'd buy loads of wine and we'd eat delicious food and we'd talk about business and talk about philosophy and talk about art. And we were writing a book together for a while, and then he very tragically died. And so that whole thing, that was that was last year. Yeah, beginning of last year. And that was a real loss to me. I'm still processing that. He was a friend and a mentor to me, and I haven't been able to reach out to his family because I feel so torn up about it even now. So let me try and recuperate and go back to what I was saying, where Dimitri was talking about aesthetics and politics, and I was saying about art and this tactility, and there's something in the body. I mean, I was thinking a lot about what we were talking about the other day, Dave, when you were talking about Heidegger and being and time, and how in his project in that he brackets the body to develop his theory. And I've not read Heidegger, I don't know the work, but something to me, that the presupposition that you can do that, something in me just goes, no, I don't think you can make that move. I don't think this idea of bracketing the body works. I was sitting playing the guitar yesterday at Timothy's house, and I was thinking, my capacity to play the guitar is entirely down to the fact, it's like, how smooth are my nails? What's the sensitivity I'm getting through my fingertips? What resonance from the wood can I feel in my chest while I'm playing? And this is directly tied to the capacity. And I think that is this aesthetics and politics. And I think maybe there's...
Can I just say that I think the Whitehedians this is what the Whitehedians are directly saying. Just as a connection to philosophy. The Whitehedians are interested in what he's pointing out here about the guitar and the sensitivity of the body.
Yeah, and I mean, even my understanding of preliminary neuroscience is that basically we think with our bodies as much as we do with our brains. The neurons are all linked, and so that just makes sense to me.
But it's not a contradiction.
Okay,
we'll get into it.
Yeah, we can talk about it. I'm interested to develop that further, but because to me, I don't see how that is a move that can be made outside of abstract logic.
No, it would be a contradiction if I was here as a Heideggerian, which
No,
I'm not.
I'm not accusing you of anything.
But if I was a Heideggerian, which I'm not, and if I was saying Heidegger has figured everything out, which he didn't, and if I didn't think, if we didn't think about how he is bracketing methodologically, because it was phenomenology that formalized the fact that all discourses do bracketing, and then it tries to take an explicit responsibility for that bracketing instead of... So for instance, you're bracketing out a lot of things when you focus on the body. And astrophysicists bracket out the body when they're focusing on galaxies. Right? So like anything you focus on is going to bracket other things out. Even if you're using glasses, you're bracketing out the glasses because when they're working best, you're not fixated on them, right? And when your body is working best, at least when my body is working best, I'm able to do things beyond the body. But of course, if I forget about the body, then the real will be back to intervene. And this is why you do need psychoanalysis and why you do need Lacan and all of this, the rest of this. You do have to bring the body back in. And I think that you get it through psychoanalysis on the one side and Merleau-Ponty on the other. And thankfully, Lacan is also in dialogue with Merleau-Ponty, and so they kind of do that, but it's still very heady.
Oh, but
It's still very heady.
here's where I think Dimitri's onto something with the Hegelian tantric project, because I think psychoanalysis as a method and as setting up a conceptual space where you can begin to work with these things is very important. But like you were saying the other day, Lacan, I think you said psychoanalysis is a commedia dell'arte, right? This Italian, it's hundreds of years old, this Italian theatrical methodology. I was just hanging out with this Italian woman in Naples a couple of weeks ago who is a commedia dell'arte performer. And she has trained this with a maestro. And she was telling me about the methods they use. And it's crazy. You train to physical exhaustion. So you're completely wiped out. Then you put the mask on. And you allow yourself to be taken over by the personality of the mask. And for people who don't know this, it's an art form that's semi-improvised. Basically, there's a stock of characters and situations, I think. And you wear these masks. And then within those, the performers within these archetypes, the performers then create a theatrical play for an audience. And it was fun. And I think often aristocrats enjoyed it because you could have the theater actors and then you could go up and play in it as well. So it became, and there's something in this, it's seeing what you could say, the various archetypes, which are really mythic representations of drives, different types of enjoyment, you could say, or ways of relating to things like prohibition and fantasy and pleasure, power, but actually moving them through the body and not just speaking them out, which I think is what psychoanalysis does. And so I'm interested actually in these, what Thomas Hammerich would say, ritual spaces, or in Eastern language, tantric spaces that actually allow both the body's energy and its various pleasures to move through and be explored, and then at the same time conceptually mediated. And that's what brings me to something like an Epicureanism, or like its classical vision of actually being like seeing the body as a site of pleasures to be refined and enjoyed and cultivated and thought through philosophically. And I think that's why, again, I love your vision with going to Goethe and this German romantic vision, I think. Yeah, please.
So I read your article, right, on aesthetics and politics, and we need to do a deep study of this for years. Like, we need to read Kant here, who has a certain type of aesthetics.
Hey, hold on. Let's come back to it. We're trying to keep this just to the personal and very vulnerable. So like, let's bring it back to your class upbringing here.
Well, as soon as I talk against you, as soon as I talk something that I have a critique, you say I have to stop talking.
Please
no.
Please trust the facilitation process. This is not egalitarian space. This is not a democratic procedure. We've spent thousands of dollars and hundreds of hours. I'm calling the floor. Please hand the microphone back to him. Allow him to finish.
Okay, then I leave the space, guys. Then I'm done. I'm done.
If you want to. I wasn't saying you can't speak. I'm saying let's let everyone finish. Okay, man.
I read your shit. I read your book. I read your papers. As soon as I have a point to say.
Do you want to say it on the mic? You can say it on the mic before you leave if you want to do a diss track or something.
I'm done with this.
And I said, let him finish what he's saying. Let's get personal. Listen, it's all this abstract stuff. You're not talking into the microphone, though. We're doing this for people. We're not doing this just for ourselves. Well, but so hold on.
I'm thinking
I want
through
you
the
to finish your
problems
piece.
of my body and my personal life, and then thinking about it through these aesthetic categories. I think this is what we're invited to. Everybody else has spoken
no one else
philosophically.
is getting into Hegel and Heidegger and Nietzsche. Let's just stay at the level of our upbringing and why it makes us care. We got very vulnerable. We've all been very vulnerable. We're going to get more abstract. We're going to get more theoretical. And there's a structure here. And I hate to be the one that will be transgressed, the no of the Father, but like there is a form here.
Sure,
so
but I think
when he asked if he could say something,
I was talking about
it's not triggering, it's off
Epicureanism
track.
And Dimitri's view with going to Goethe in the 19th
They're getting
century
into their
romantics.
theses about aesthetics and all this stuff, and it's going to be a back and forth.
I would like to hear Dimitri's little riff. It's raining. Let's go into course. Yeah. I mean, someone else can take the mic. I don't think that's the way to do this.
Your opinion is welcome. Thank you.
Thanks, Mom.
What caused the tension? What caused the tension? Just talking about talking about Goethe, or talking about what happened?
And what I think is that it's important to move these energies through the body and to develop a philosophical practice. And that is what I try to do in my personal life. That I said it's something you could call it an Epicureanism, which sees the body as a site of pleasures and experiences to be cultivated and refined and thought about. And that's where I like Dimitri's turn towards German Romanticism and Goethe. That's more or less what I was saying. Yeah. And Dimitri wanted to say something to that.
Okay. And what was your problem with it?
It was turning into a back and forth instead of everyone just is going to say their piece and then it's on to the next part, right? And if people want to bring in their theses or if people want to write papers that are extensions of this project, that's great. But I feel a responsibility in these situations to speak for the no factor and just say no, that it'll come later. And I wasn't like fuck you, dude, but it was perceived as fuck you, dude, and for that I'll be sorry eventually. But right now it's like no, I in a situation where someone's facilitating, if you don't like it, it's like a referee at soccer. Do you go and you yell at the soccer referee because they called it a goal the way you don't like it? Like as a parent and your kid gets penalized while playing soccer, do you go and scream at the referee and then storm out? Well, there's a lot of parents like that. They come from the PMC and they cannot accept someone taking responsibility in a situation. And it's fine. But he probably would have trusted you in that situation, not me. He doesn't know me very well. And it's taken personally.
Well, I think Cadell would have said, have your 60, like, say the bit, and then we can move on.
Dell's a very permissive guy. It's
But you see, you just killed the energy of your space because you didn't want to let Dimitri speak for 60 seconds.
But also it's a lesson for everybody if they want to engage with Theory Underground, if they want to do what we consider to be the thing that we're trying to do, to know that there's stakes and expectations, and that if I say something, I mean it. And the best way to deal with it, in my opinion, is to chew me out after. But if you want to do a struggle session over it now, we can do that. But you can't fucking say you're some right-wing populist fucking pro.
Here we go.
If you don't like a little authority, dude, I don't believe in democracy. I don't care about democracy. So you can't be like, oh yeah, I want to fucking rough it with Mussolini. If you can't take someone who's spent thousands of fucking dollars at a loss to come here, structure a space, and do something with certain people in mind who you don't know, and then says like, yeah, we're going to do it this way. And then you go, how dare you say we're going to do it this way? Look, it could have gone on for another 5 minutes. I don't know.
You could say,
But
Dimitri,
going
just
off
finish
of-
it quickly.
I could have.
You could have.
But also, you could
I think
suggest
you've
that nicely
made
afterwards.
a mistake, and now you're digging your hole much deeper.
No, I don't really think so.
And
But
I think this is a
maybe
lesson
I'll-
to people listening.
Sure. Yeah. Oh, yeah. For sure. There's a reason why Theory Underground has a very high turnover rate. Some people really don't like it. Other people do. For the people who do, they don't like the university because it's this postmodern, permissive, relative, everyone just talk. It's all the stuff that he was talking about. And I wasn't trying to insult him. I was saying, no, we'll do that later. That's why we take notes. And if you feel like the space is ruined, everyone can talk about it in your piece if you want to. But yeah.
But these people aren't like we're not like Owen and Raven and Gail aren't trying, like they're not writing a piece.
Well, this is the segue into what we're actually doing with our organizations.
I will say it's very interesting because I've been sitting here feeling like I'm inside of like a men's group right now. And my feeling is that like, yeah, I'm inside some sort of male dominance thing that's going on. And I can't really personally relate to it. But I do actually feel like very privileged to be able to witness it. And that also related to some of my my thoughts as we were sharing around the circle. And I will just say, and you know, both Owen and Dimitri, they're both my very dear friends. And so, you know, I have a lot of loyalty towards them, but I also think that you guys have been very vulnerable with sharing your personal stories. And I thought Dimitri was also being very vulnerable sharing his story. And then you guys kind of started to jump into these philosophical tensions. And that like neither me nor Gail have actually been able to share our personal stories. So I do think that that point of order was appropriate. But I think that there's another, obviously this is releasing some tension that's been held in the space. So here we are. Now here we are looking at it, okay? So, I mean, I think that is moving the dialectics, as someone might say. So I don't know. Now I don't know where to take this on a personal level because now we're inside of some sort of process. I don't know what I should say, whether or not I should go back to telling my personal story like the prompt, or if I should, you know, continue to address what's happening. But yeah, I do think that if we agree, go ahead.
If you want to proceed, then go for it. But also, we could let Gail say how he felt about it.
Yeah.
Let Nan say how he felt about it. And then Owen can still say something if he wants to say something about how he felt about it, and then you can go. Like,
yeah, let's release the tension a bit. I think that's a good idea.
Yeah, thank you. Well, that reminds me something that happened last year. There was a group at VUB, and actually, Kada, you know about this, about self-organization. And so the people said, yeah, we're talking about for years about self-organization, but we do not self-organize. So what if we create a festival based on these principles? And so it was a 3 days festival. First day went fantastic. And then second day, everything started to fall apart. And we had same kind of situation, but with a group of maybe 50, 80 people.
Uh-oh.
And basically everything fell flat. So we had a huge round table with all these people, and we took the mic, each one of a turn. And I said that it was actually fantastic because we were actually self-organizing. Because the first day we were like, you know, applying principles that what we knew about science, about games, about stuff, but we were not into the real stuff. There, everybody was taken by surprise, and everybody was at the same level, and we were like facing the uncertainty of that awkwardness, and so there was a huge moment of tension relief. And then for a couple of hours, it was like on and off. But then the third day was the most fantastic there was. So this situation that just happened revealed an undercurrent that exists here, and that existed yesterday or 2 days ago.
Yeah.
So you cannot escape yourself, and you cannot escape.
Great points, Gail. This is really good. This is really good what you're saying.
So you can say that this is a success.
It is
because of this. If we hadn't this moment, it would have been a nice conference. But now we are into the real stuff, and we are all naked. And by the way, thank you for sharing your vulnerability in the way you did. all of us, but especially you. Yeah, I give the mic to
He's
Nance.
got a mic.
Nance has a mic.
Can I put myself on? Yeah, I would like to echo everyone's, gratitude. This is experimental. It's strange. I spent my savings to come across the ocean. I believe in Cadell. I trust Cadell, and so to a certain extent, that's kind of been transferred on to everyone here. Social dynamics, games like that. I understand it. I fully get it. I also think there's an element of like, well, if that's what you're here for, then we're playing different music. Like I have left parts of myself back home in Arizona. Parts that might get in the way of trying to think in new ways and trying to push myself in new ways and trying to accomplish things that I've yet to accomplish, things that matter to me, things that matter not just to Cadell's project and not just to Dave's project, and not just to your guys' work, like to me too. Yeah, I'm personally invested in a way. So I fully get this, like, well, fuck you, dude. But also I feel like part of growing up is learning how to just stomach that shit, swallow it. I feel like when you come to the table with others, that's part of it. Like, I'm gonna keep my shit. I'll go home. I'll yell. I'll punch shit. I'll jerk off. I'll fuck. I'll drink. I'll do whatever it is I do to process. I'll do that later. I will be here to bring, if I feel I have anything to bring, which I often don't. I often feel like what I have to say would be better said in a different medium. And I do tend to the digital, right? So coming into embodied spaces is experimental. So it's a learning process. And I am grateful that you kind of gracefully said, hey, this is silly, because it is silly. But also, this is awesome. This is, I think, also awesome. And I do hope we can continue this kind of process with this. The structure of expectations are also important to me because I don't like to be surprised. So we had spoken before this started about we'll go personal, we'll do a short round, we'll do organizational, do a short round, we'll do global, do a short round, so we can ultimately have a direction of the contribution given. So I hope we can finish that. And thank you.
I wonder if we should see if Joris and Dimitri want to come back for this processing. So I might just want to just quickly check in and see where they are, and then maybe I'm just going to go see where they are.
Do you want to call intermission?
Let's see very quick.
You'll just check really quick. Okay. Yeah, Owen, I'll just say a couple things. Because for me, it feels like the question of Heidegger or of Paglia or of Nietzsche or of, like, I really liked where you were going with, you were tying it into why it matters to you. And I 100%, I was like, yes, this is it. But also I was like, I'm waiting for the part where, how did you have that time energy privilege in college? Like, how did you actually get to study the classics? And you did say you're fortunate, and I'm not looking, trust me, I'm not looking for this self-flagellation. Oh my God, I'm so privileged. I fucking, you know what I mean? Can't stand that. But, this, because what we're trying to do here is like, how is it real for you? And I think you were tying in why, we get too caught up in the clouds. And so, no, yeah, we're not, yeah. Okay, but I'm just saying, I was like with it up to that point, yeah.
And I think.
Oh, you can grab the mic there if you want to be on.
I think
I should have said this in the spot.
going to go as deep as I can while there's cameras on. I don't feel comfortable with that, and I don't really know you guys or your audience that well. So I think, as I said, perhaps I should have said that at the start. I forgot, and so I went into more. I was saying what I was comfortable with, and then I started to develop that. And Dimitri had opened a door, and I thought it was an interesting door, so I was exploring with it. But yes, there's much more I can. I mean, I can really go into sex and perversity, but I'm not going to do that live on air. Basically.
I think when Dimitri comes back, it would be interesting also for Gail for you to reiterate the point you were making, I think. Like to summarize the point you made when Dimitri was away. Because I think it hit something. Like just inspired from your experience at the set. So you gave the example of how there was a performative contradiction in the intellect about we talk about self-organization, but we don't actually self-organize. This is really good what you were getting at. So like, then you said let's do a conference on where we're actually self-organizing. Yeah, no. So but this is I think if you just hit those key points, you did a good job, Gail. We'll wait for Dimitri to come back, but I think also like before Dimitri comes back, I just want to say like the difficult meta tension that we're holding here is so like. My experience online is that I like it when people are actually building something real as opposed to just like basically just building we're not like you can waste the online space or you can build with the online space, but then when you build with the online space, the difficult thing is collaborating with other people who are building something. So like I've had a lot of trouble collaborating with other guys who are building a philosophy organization, and Dave's been one of the only guys who's been cool actually collaborating and building. But then when we come to the physical space, like Dave's kind of on foreign ground because I know all you guys and he doesn't know you guys, right? And you don't know him, right? So we're going personal, but we don't know each other. So we're getting to know each other, and there's going to be friction, there's going to be clashes, and there's different boundaries, right? Like whenever you build an organization, the organization is going to take on the character of the person building it, right? So like I've got a certain style. Like Dave and I are also not exactly identical. Like he's got a different style, and I've got a different style, right? So we're trying to do a hybrid event, and sometimes I'm going to do things that are going to clash with Dave's style. And there's sometimes that there are things that Dave's going to do that's going to clash with my style. So I think we're also figuring that out because you guys are all like used to collaborating with me, but not used to collaborating with Dave. So there's a clash of styles there that we got to work out. But I just want to say for Dimitri, when you left, Gail had a really cool point that I think hit something important. Do you want to say it, Gail? Because I think... Do you want to re-say it, like the sort of the experience you had? Because I think that was super powerful, and then maybe we build on that.
Yeah, well, I was saying that I experienced a similar moment a few months ago, or 1 year ago, with a group of people from the Global Brain Institute, Claire. And the topic was that they were talking about self-organization for many years. And they decided to self-organize, to create an event based on self-organization, just like to apply the principles. And it was a 3-day event that had a great success. People came from America, from Asia, and we were like between 50 and 80 people around the 3 days. And the dynamic went as the first day was, kind of half prepared, though it was self-organized. People came with their mental idea of what it could be. And it went well, The second day, everything fell flat because, you had done your experiment and now it was into the real self-organization. So what do we do together? And we are from way different backgrounds, etc. The physicality was something real because we are forced to be vulnerable, but we overstep boundaries as well without knowing, because
that's a key point. We can step over boundaries without knowing. We step on each other's boundaries we don't know.
Yes, and then a similar outburst happened And then we took like 2 or 3 hours around a huge round table with like 50 plus people, and having the mic pass from one to another. And when came my turn, after maybe 2.5 hours, but the silence was gold. Everybody was just like present. So we were sharing that moment that lasted for 3 hours. And when came my turn, I just said that I was actually happy, because it was the first time that I felt we were self-organized, because nobody knew a shit. We didn't know what would be the next minute. And we didn't know if we're gonna have a third day, because everything seems so confused and conflicted. But then, yes, it took an hour or two to settle down, and the last day was actually the most incredible ever, because we were really self-organizing, and it's the emergent process, and it was so good because we were creating it together.
So the thing that I want to emphasize in Gail's story, which I think is so important, is that no matter how embodied we think we are, we all come to this event, myself included, we all come to this event with idea of how we'd like the day to go, right? We have an idealization of how we'd like the day to go. And then inevitably, it's not going to go that way, right? And for various reasons, and we all have our ideas about why it's not going the way we would like it to go. And I think the key here about this moment is, how do we respond to the negativity? How do we respond to the surprise? And that depends on all of us. And the possibility, if we are willing to confront the negativity and the surprise, which is not fun, no one likes to do it, but it's inevitable. Like when we go embodied, like in an intimate relation, like the model for me I always work with is the intimate relationship, the partnership. Like if you're in a long-term intimate relationship partnership, a real long-term intimate relationship partnership, it cannot survive unless you handle the negativity and the surprise in that partnership, right? And now when we're talking about this, it's like even more complex in some sense, because we've got a room full of people who are in some sense bridging two different worlds, right? So I just saying, so I think or 3 or 4. So I feel like we still need to process what just happened, the negativity and the surprise of it, I think, before going into the regularly scheduled program. Let's make sure we do that.
I do want to give everybody a chance to get something off their chest here really quick, because I think Cadell, as a co-facilitator, said that that's what he wants to do, and therefore I'm going to go with what he said. But also, I do think that the reason I suggested last night as a sort of like, well, it's a 50-50, should we lead with the personal or should we lead with the organizational, is because the elephant in the room, which is the conflict and expectations that was making itself present in our space here at the table. And we had to work through it. We had to hug afterwards, right? It was, Cadell's very chill. I'm very like fucking animated, Nance is very like stone cold, but we worked through the thing and came to this plan, not as a compromise per se, but I think it was actually like we came to some idea of like, where was the tension at? Like, what was it getting at? What are the contradictions here? And I think that Cadell was a kind of midwife for the process. I mean, I was like, wow, we didn't even have to call Joris in, because this is kind of what he does, is he mediates between organizations. And so I will be fascinated, to hear what he has to say as well. But as far as like the plan goes, the reason to maybe lead off with the organization I was proposing last night was just like the reason that the reason that I am the way I am in certain spaces, and I'm going to say the things I'm going to say in certain spaces. Yeah, sure. There's this personal thing that I'm bringing into it. That's always there. But there's also like explicit expectations and principles and goals and all of this stuff that is very directional for the operation. And it's, we have some of our contradictions, because we led the last time with similarities, but like the key contradiction between us as human beings, as organizers, and as we actually have like these school things that we're doing. the contradictions are real. Like they're real contradictions, meaning that they're responding, as you say, to real lack, right? And so we'll get into what the real lack is that's driving, I think, my way that I am in situations like this. And Cadell will talk about why he's got this other approach. And that is part of, that is the next thing. So this
interacting with the entity that is Theory Underground.
And that's exactly. So we almost led with that. That was on the table as leading with that and then personalizing it after and then going global after that. And then most of the time these things, they just go global first and then the personal comes up later. But like as far as like, so I want to get into this organizational thing in a minute and as a sort of segue point into that, because I think solutions and how we deal with these kind of contradictions, that does get us to the global too. So from the organizational, we'll then be able to get to the global. Because for instance, if self-organization is the solution to capital, well then that would be sort of a segue into the global. But if it's not, then that would be why Theory Underground doesn't prioritize much self-organizing outside of, I do everything myself. It's my little fiefdom, dictator Dave, blah, blah, blah. Sorry. Like genuinely, if we don't lead with that and make it more clear, it does cause problems.
Yeah, we're gonna see Dimitri and both you guys speak. I'm not sure. I just wanted to presence that what you said, Raven, also is like I think what Dave was trying to get at with the constraint on the speech was that the first round was meant to be focused on the personal, and it started to drift from that a little bit, and so that there was a legitimacy to the constraint in some sense. So I just wanted to presence that, but let's bring Dimitri in.
I'm gonna observe.
Okay. Is something you wanted to say, Owen?
What I said, Dimitri is a very close friend of mine, and I see this happen all the time where older guys are in positions of authority, smack him down quite violently. And I think that's what I said. I mean, it's true. The facilitation point was totally valid, but I think the violence with it by which it was done immediately set something. So I was like, fucking step away from my bro, right? And I've seen this happen before. Literally in an organization that I was running, that the same thing happened. I wasn't actually there at the time, but so it's like, I don't know what happens, but something happens there. And I think, well, I said it already. I think you should have let him say his little piece, and then we could have moved on. And I'm challenged by your quite authoritarian style of facilitating and leading. I am.
Anyone have a follow-up to anything they've said that they would like to reiterate? Or does Joris have any points of order or reflections? On?
I'm trying to capture the moment where tension happened, and I think Owen was hitting the spot. It was the way the intervention happened, not the purpose of the intervention was perfectly fine, but the way there was something triggering. So that's one thing. But then I was with Dimitri in the looking at our books, and we took the negative psychoanalysis book from Julie Resch, and we watched the same talk Julie Resch had with McGowan, Alain Kazupan,
and Catherine Malibu.
And that talk was very special because each of these people that were talking had opened up personally before entering into their technical discussion. So I really appreciated the start of the.
I thought we were doing well.
We were really doing well, would try to continue in that direction. And you know, I've said it to Cadell also in the real talk at Cadell's stuff. It's very difficult to stay in the personal because we are all intellectually overexcitable. We drift off into that space easily. So yeah, it's good to stay in that round. Yeah, I think it has value. So that's my.
Well, I think Owen also made the valid point that he's not comfortable going too deep into the personal while it's being recorded, which is itself legitimate.
Absolutely.
Right, and so like
you don't have
stepping into the personal, like stepping into it is like it's to me it's hyper valid. Like that's to me staying with the personal is absolutely essential, but it's really about designing spaces where people feel like they're not being shut down that allows the personal to flow, because as soon as there's a figure of authority, when it's come to the personal, it's going to trigger the father wound.
Yeah,
it's going to trigger the father wound. So,
but I wanted just to add the personal is super interesting to understand where everybody's coming from, because now I understand why you are doing this stuff, because you come from a boring stuff. It's logical that you want to do that. It explains so much of our thinking. It's lovely. So I appreciate it. But yeah, the thing is recorded. Yeah, but I know you edit it, I suppose. So no, it's just.
Yeah, I mean, we all meet and talk on Zoom. We'll see each other again. We're going to be in anthologies alongside each other, probably, some of us. Some of us may or may not want to collaborate after this. But I hope everyone will be able to, whatever. Who knows? I hope to smoke a cigarette. We can talk it out. Maybe you'll punch me. We'll hug each other. Who knows? We'll feel it out. This is real space. It's the meat space. And so shit happens. And I have no regrets. But also, you're right that it could have been said differently. And for that, I want to work on it. And when I say work on it, it's like a conversation I've been having with Nance for the last 3 or 4 days. How do we manage negative affect that is like hardwired into our fucking voices? And when we are doing this stuff underground because we're tired of being tone policed, right? Like that's why we're doing it. And we are mad. And if people aren't taking what we're doing and the intentionality and deliberateness that's going into it seriously, it is upsetting, but it's not your fault. It's not you. It's our baggage, and it's our experiences on the previous tour requilting this moment. And I understand that shit's coming into the room. And then obviously, like you say, the father wound and all this. I mean, people will probably psychoanalyze the hell out of this. And I'm, I'm the real, I'll be the subject of that analysis for sure. But that is the risks that we take, because this is not just a bathroom stall that we're scrawling on here. And that, because you could say anything you want on a bathroom stall and they keep it anonymous, right? But like the moment the microphone's in your face, it's not a bathroom stall. But then when you're on Zoom, it's like, oh, it's kind of different. But then it's like, yeah, but we won't say the same things on Zoom that we'll say here. And so, it is different. We're working through the difference and we're not sure what it is. And so, yeah, excited to hear what you all think about that and stuff. Definitely want to do the next segment, but need to pee, grab coffee, maybe smoke. Real quick intermission, perhaps.
But then we have to finish with Raven and Gail.
Let's let everyone
on the personal.
Somehow we are forced to resolve, and which is the beauty of the situation as well. So we were into a personal space. I don't think that neither Raven or myself are willing to be personal right now in that emotional context. So maybe you proposed
maybe an intermission.
Made a good suggestion, and you two have a cigarette together. Because, yes, like in the festival, the self-organizing festival, people wouldn't go back to their hotel, or we had to resolve it, and we have to resolve it.
Is that something you're open to, Dimitri? So why don't we Why don't we just take an intermission and let's see what the intermission brings? Should we stop?
So are we picking up on the personal form, or?
Do you feel like you want to come in on this, or how are you feeling?
Let's see. Well, I do like. I feel like people have shown their bellies a little bit, and I wanna also show my belly a little bit, just so. Oh, my belly is out here, Ryan.
You've been.
I have the actual belly that's out. Yes. Okay, so what's the TLDR on Raven's life story? So okay. So in terms of like culture and where I came from, my mom was like a radical feminist, ecological anarchist person, and she met my dad in Northern Ireland and then got pregnant with me, and then they got married, and my mom was in her mid-30s at the time. So I was like an accident child, and a big fork in the road for both of them. And then my dad was living in Northern Ireland during the Troubles, right? And this was just in the 90s where the violence was coming back, and my mom was like, okay, we need to get the fuck out of here. I'm not going to raise my child in Northern Ireland. So she dragged my dad out of the country and brought him to Baltimore, Maryland, which was a crazy shock for him. He had barely left. But it was interesting thinking about time energy as it relates to my father, because he did grow up in poverty. You know, he was born into a family that was living on the property of a manor, and they were the gardeners, and he was a gardener as a 5-year-old child, working in this like Protestant kind of class structure. But as a man, he did have time to fish and to hunt and to go out into the river, and he really fostered a relationship with the land. And that was partially enabled by the fact that he was living in a rural place and they were in poverty. By the time he met my mom, he was more involved in peace and reconciliation work between Catholics and Protestants. They were both doing that on this farm. But then when my dad moved to the US, he didn't have any time energy anymore. He had to work. But the structure of my family was such that my mom was the breadwinner and my dad was working he was working at Whole Foods before it was bought by Amazon. And then he worked at a health food store, and both of them were working. My mom was working for the city parks and planting trees and stuff like that. So that was their mission in life. And my mom, she wanted to raise us in this kind of radical, left-wing, progressive type of household. So there wasn't a lot of structure in the home. We all slept in the same bed until I was 7 years old. There was this like this feminine excess, in my mother that I think came out with her relationship with my brother. So I can kind of relate to what Owen, you were saying about that. So yeah, I was in a different kind of part of this historical process. I think a lot of kids now, they're being raised with very, very left-wing parents or progressive parents, and they're gonna kind of go through the same thing that I did, which is like when I got older, I looked back at this and was like, okay, this was really messy, and there was such a lack of differentiation, and this created all sorts of twisted things in the family, like an incestuous kind of dynamic, even though that was never played out in any type of like physical sense. It was in the relationships, which I had to fight to differentiate from. Anyways, so then we ended up moving to the West Coast, where we were even more isolated because we left where my mother's extended family. So it really was just the four of us, my dad, my mom, my brother, and I. And we never really formed bonds outside of that. So it was really this like weird nuclear family with a kind of strange family culture, where I feel like I did get exposed to my parents, like where my privilege comes from or whatever, where I did get investment was my dad was always very interested in science, and he was always reading books, and he's a poet, and he would sit with my brother and I and tell us about evolution and tell us about physics. And he has this kind of romantic relationship with big ideas. And I think I internalized that. And my mom, she was also pushing her creativity at her work. She was marginalized for it, but she was always trying to create experiences that would help people relate emotionally to the environment and to nature. So I was brought up in this kind of quirky world that my parents made. And then, yeah, I was around. It was in grew up in Olympia, Washington, and it's a weird place full of freaky people. So, but yeah, so I guess that's where I come from in terms of family, Timenergy. Like, I went to the Evergreen State College, and that's a alternative university that I think is trying to foster that type of structure for its students by saying, like, you can decide what you do with your education. You get to have this time to explore interdisciplinary subjects, and you get to do that in a consistent social environment where you have a 16 credit program, you're with one class, and you explore topics in depth. And I did that with Brett and Heather, who ended up, getting in this media thing. So I was involved in this weird milieu, I guess, that was dissonant to the dominant culture of Evergreen, and then got introduced to these new ideas and part of the historical dialectics that the US was going through at the time. I was on campus when all that shit went down as well. So that threw me into this post-woke perspective, obviously. And it was kind of scary. Like, I remember I was staying in the house I was living in. There were radical militant anarchists there. So I remember like going home after the stuff with Brett and Heather, and like their friends were coming over in their riot gear. Like, they were heading to campus to fight the white nationalists that were going to come to campus. And I was like, I need to get out of here. Like, this isn't going to work for me. I don't feel like I can have free thought in this environment. This is literally in my house. Yeah, so... Oh, I'm just trying to remember all the shit that came up before this. Yeah, I was gonna say that an interesting thing that you guys were talking about was this creating of the father. You were speaking about this.
Out of the drive.
Out of the drive, yeah, because there was like this absence of a father. And I was thinking about my relationship with my dad, whom I cherish and love deeply. I'm such a daddy's girl. I love my dad.
Hi, Dad.
Shout out to my dad for being the best dad ever. Yeah, I love my father, and I think that that's always given me this strength against the resentment of feminism. I was never able to turn on my father or my brother, ever. I would never do that. And at the same time, though, I have just had a very different relationship with the father than I see the men around me having. And also my brother. My brother had a totally different relationship with my father than me. And he went through this process of rejecting my dad and then having to, go through this tension with him. And I actually had to leave the family system in order for this to actually go through the process in a healthy way, because it was so triggering for me to watch my brother and my dad go through this conflict. Now they're doing better, but those were some rough times in the family. But I finding myself, like, I had to go find a man, like, and that was a lot of why I came to Europe. I was like, I'm gonna go find a man. I need a man.
The stove wasn't working, eh?
What? That was all the digital. That wasn't gonna do anything for me.
No, you're not gonna find the right man at the stove.
Shout out to Peter Lindbergh.
Yeah,
Shout out to Peter Lindbergh.
Yeah, no, I mean it was definitely good for giving me options, but no, it wasn't. It wasn't imminent. It wasn't gonna work on the. Yeah, no, that was not working. But I think I'm like sitting around here, like thinking about the kind of men that I'm around, like in these conversations, the kind of men, and I think this gets back to the rant that you posted on TikTok yesterday, where I was saying that like, I have this belief that like women, especially young women, should be going out into the world, deciding who they want to bond with on a deep level based on what your man's existential mission is, this like, I guess in a sense, the creation of your own father, right, seems to be a potential theme for why men are even put in this position in the first place. If you don't have a father, then you're kind of forced to go and find out who that figure is for you, and you have to construct it yourself. You don't have a model that you're just able to internalize and replicate. And I think that that's a pattern that I've seen with the men around me who are choosing their own kind of existential coordinates for their self-actualization. And I'm very attracted to that because it's this vital energy that's, in my opinion, moving towards a novel future, like a future that doesn't already exist, and is a synthesis of your own drives, because it's about what are the things that I have some sort of projected identification with that come from within. And then you end up in this relationship with the internalization of these things and the negativity of these things and the integration of them into your own being. And I really want, I don't know, I want to appreciate that. I do really appreciate it personally. So I think that's, yeah, I feel, I said this a bit earlier, but you weren't here, or you weren't here either, but I just wanted to say, I do feel like I'm in your men's circle in this context, and I feel privileged to be here in this, because I get to see what this internal process looks like, and it's not my process. I'm just going to tell you, this is not my process. Like, I am not in this process at all. Like, and I can't fully relate to it, but it does feel like something vulnerable and something deep. And I'm honored and privileged to be witness to it.
Aho.
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 I don't know how much that.
Gail?
Thank you. I would say that my experience of Timenergy has two very distinct phases in my life. The first one, I would say, until age 33, and the second one until now. The first period has been characterized by lack of emotional support for me. So materially, it was fine. So the Timenergy could be qualified as good. However, I didn't know that I was that I had emotional lack at the time. But since you cannot escape yourself, I had to face it at some point, which was the clear-cut moment at age 33. But so family background. My mom was really not treated well by my father. I didn't realize that. So I was in love with my father because he brought me to the US. Many times I was traveling and stuff. And my mom was the one who had to make it happen. So she was the police. And I didn't like it. And she transferred her anger of my dad onto me when I was a teenager, which was even worse. Larger family settings. I did feel the Second World War aftermath on my family. Yeah, you didn't go to the war, so don't be a softie or something, type of stuff. You cannot express your emotion. It was weak. On my father's side of the family, I don't know them because you wouldn't even. I had the social role. I was a child. That's it. They wouldn't give a shit about my interiority or. But then came the 20s, and I started to work in production and some music production, and it was very easy for me. Somehow I could manage I could fit into the social fabric quite easily, quite well, but it was unsatisfying. And for you, it was like the word is stale. For me, it felt I couldn't suffer the narrow-mindedness of people. And so I left, and I went to live at the seaside for a few years, and I just like experienced a sharp decline in my life standard because I was not generating any income. So I had to work in factories, in kitchens and stuff. I was working like 6 days a week. I was a slave, basically, a slave to the machine. Up to the point where I lost all perspective, and that was the moment for me to die. And it was very frightening. And it was not Heidegger, it was Dante for me. And I read one sentence in that book, and I just like had a feeling of a knowing. And so I decided to jump out of my comfort zone, leave the Shire, and Dante's Divine Comedy is about the hero's journey, basically. So you go into the forest, and then inside the mountain, and you have to go through it, which is basically the theme of Alice in Wonderland, or The Matrix, or Lord of the Rings, or all of this. It's basically always the same story. Or Shiro's Journey, or Spirited Away, I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
But I didn't know by the time. And so that's when I met my drive, or my drive met me. And now I'm compelled to do stuff. There is no choice. Which feels very comfortable because there is no choice. But at times it could be extremely frightening. And not very long ago, a few weeks ago, I was on a low, because I have to have faith. If I stop, I fail. And so my experience of Timenergy in that new setting is that I can cheat the game, the social game. I'm going from Mario 1-2 to Mario 4-1. And that happens a couple of times. Each time before meeting one of my mentors. And I would go on the intuitive side. So for instance, I understood at some point that that my understanding of money was extremely shallow. So I said, okay, right now I want to have a solution. So I just like went onto a website, best university for business ups, find a professor with a nice face, call him straight away. Can you help me? No, but that guy can help. Boom. 2 days later, I'm with a central banker. And 2 months later, my life has changed. And 2 years later, I'm giving conferences on money with the top of the finance industry. And it was crazy. And also I could buy an apartment thanks to that, because my understanding of money is like, it's a unit of exchange and blah, blah, blah. But the guy, my mentor, said, no, it's not that. That's a functional definition of money. But the ontological definition of money is an agreement within a community to use something as a means of exchange. And the agreement is based on trust. And so I understood that I couldn't get money from the bank because I was seeing money as a stock that you have more or less. But then I started that if I can create trust, I can change from the stock to the flow. And I created the flow of money because I created trust at the bank, and the lady at the bank said, okay, I give you your part. Boom. So it has a real concrete outcome. The second time is 2 years ago. I was in a very long project, European funded. We were burnt out for my colleague, and I didn't know where to go next. And so I wrote all my ideas on paper, and I said, okay, I'm going to put this paper into the hand of someone who's going to tell me your stuff is bullshit, or there is some validity to it. And I went to Ethiopia and put the paper in the hand of a guy, and he said, okay, this is fantastic. Here's my business card. Call me. and he put me in touch with my new mentor, and that new mentor put me in touch with the UN, and now I'm doing conference at the UN. But I'm a guy, I'm a regular guy. So for me, time energy was linear in the first half of my life, and now it goes like could be exponential. And it's a wild ride. It has the upside, but the downside as well. You have to keep faith. So yeah, that's my experience.
Fantastic. So we made it through the personal circle. Yeah, we did it. All right. So I think now is. Do you want me to start with the organizational, or do you want to open up? Okay. Let's do that. Just trying to think what's the best way to make the most of 5. And I'm guessing, yeah. 7:30. So we should start to cook at 6. Yeah. An hour. We have an hour. Can you handle the ring, Joris? The legend of Joris. Yeah. So I think for the final hour, I think we should try to be we should say our point, but try to be concise, because time is limited. But I think what I have to say here on an organizational level might be helpful or useful for each of your own projects, like thinking about organizing your own projects. Just from what I know of Gail, like your work with Mio, your other work, like thinking on that, that's like what I mean when I say organizational level, or actual spirit, or dark renaissance, or multiversity, or theory underground. Dave's going to talk about theory underground. I think that's sort of the level that I'm going to try and focus on. So on the level of Philosophy Portal, and I'm going to be here talking about Philosophy Portal on the level of time energy. Basically, I made a decision, and I don't know why it was at this moment, but at a certain moment of my life, I think I was around 25, I made the decision that money was going to follow my creativity, and that why time energy is valuable for me is because of creativity. Like time energy has a value. Like when I don't have my time energy, or collectively when we don't have our time energy, it kind of means we're not in charge of our creativity. We're not in charge of our time energy, so someone else is in charge of our creativity. Right? Now, like Gail says, it's a bumpy ride, and you've got to have faith. But I've managed to live in such a way as that money follows my creativity. But again, you don't know. You have to befriend uncertainty, in some sense, because there's no one plan, there's no one way that's going to get you through that process. And in some sense, what I'm doing, and I think what Dave's doing as well, is walking a path that most university professors never walk because the path to tenure is their way. The path to tenure is their guarantee. And I think that model of the path to tenure, which all academics are basically following, is a dead path. Not only is it a dead path, but it's a path that is also seems to be structurally falling apart. So I recognize the dead path in the sense that, inspired by the piece I wrote for Underground Theory, which is that when I first got to university, I thought the higher up I go, the more rich the conversations would be. So I thought that when teachers, oh wow, the first intro class to anthropology is interesting. I wonder what the teachers are talking about amongst themselves, right? The teachers must be talking about something really interesting if this is the intro class. But then the closer I got to the teachers among themselves, the closer I saw, well, they're just in bureaucratic meetings and they don't like each other and they're trying to get away from each other. Right? So like the higher up you go and the more you see the inside of what the teachers amongst themselves are doing, you're like, the truth must be somewhere else. Right? So in some sense, what I hope comes out of these organizations, Philosophy Portal, Theory Underground, Dark Renaissance, other projects, Multiversity, is that we create something where the conversations between the people organizing the structures gets more interesting, not less interesting, right? And I feel like that's kind of like the orientation point. It's like the classes are great, and we need students to come to classes, at least in the model I'm doing with Philosophy Portal. But hopefully the conversations between me and my collaborators are even richer and going deeper and going deeper and going deeper. So I want to say that the structure of that tenure path is falling apart, but it's also perhaps a blessing that structure is falling apart, because it's a weird road opened up. A weird road opened up. And I think the biggest challenge on that weird road was that I'm an academic who had to learn the basics of business. Right? I'm an academic that had to learn the basics of online business. Right? Which I think most academics never have to learn. And I'm increasingly of the mind that where sublation is more, where the idea of sublation is most powerful, and where creativity seems to be most real, is in some sort of relationship between the long-term relationship and the business. Like long-term relationships and business, and that doesn't have to be just sexual relationships, it can be friendships and partnerships and organizational relationships. But in long-term relationships and in business, you have to learn the power of sublation, because things are going to go the opposite of the way you want them to go. Things are not going to just follow your desire. Things are not just going to follow your mirror image. And I think that when it comes to tenured professors, once they get the tenure, everything seems to revolve around their mirror image. Right? Everything seems to revolve around their self-symmetry. So again, there's a certain blessing here, but I think that the biggest downside, is, so like when you're trying, when all the academics are trying to get the tenure, they become organized by citations and peer-reviewed journals, and there's a certain currency that allows them to go to the tenure. The downside of the business and the market direction is that you have to fight the attention economy, and the market dynamics, and that becomes the new sort of struggle that you're constantly trying to navigate. And so if you keep feeding that monster, I think that's also a dead end. I think that's also a bad path. So there has to, and at the same time, you've got to feed the beast. It can't be totally ignored. So in some sense, I feel like coming and doing events like this, and collaborating with people like yourselves is almost like a way to, like, I consider this to be more real than if I got 100,000 views on a video or something like that. Like that there's something more real about staying with this energy and the real spaces over feeding the attention beast. I feel like I learn more that way. But at the end of the day, I'm only been building a business 2.5 years, and I'm constantly confronting new questions about what I'm doing and how I should be doing it. I'm basically always confronting questions. I don't know what Philosophy Portal will become, right? I don't know if Philosophy Portal will have to become something different. I don't know what collaborations and organizations and synergies are possible, right? And I think that I'm just staying with that path. And, you know, I think, like, beyond today, I think we do have to get used to what I would call empty tomb moments. Like, empty tomb moments being like, you had an idea, you were really excited about your idea, and it totally failed right in front of you. And then you're in the empty tomb. And the idea dying is like the crucifixion. Like, the idea dying is like the crucifixion, and then you're in the empty tomb, and you're like, is the result null? Is the result coming to nothing? Did my big idea not only fail, but is the result going to be just this pure negativity? And all along my path in building Philosophy Portal, there have been these empty tomb moments. But there's also, I think that you know, I struggle with faith, but my experience and my history of confronting those empty tomb moments do lead me to the conclusion that there can be resurrections, that there is an other side to the empty tomb moment. So I think what I feel I've learned, or what I feel I'm learning, not only today, but like the last few months, is how can we learn to not ignore our egos, but sublate our egos into the organizational projects that mean the most to us. Because if we're interacting ego to ego, we're going to get hurt, and things will get really messy. And there's things we can learn in the pain, and there's things we can learn in the mess, but we don't want to stay there. We don't want to just be constantly in pain and constantly in mess that goes nowhere. And I think that the reason why we built modern institutions in the first place is because it makes the other intelligible. It makes the other intelligible. And the other concrete person. It makes the other concrete person intelligible, and what that means is that you get a sense of where the boundaries are, like, and how to interact with the other, right? Like, and so, like, in building Philosophy Portal, what I've learned a lot of is a lot of people have transgressed my boundaries. I've had to hold my tongue a lot of times. I've been hurt a lot of times and I don't react, right? That's happened a lot, right? So I can sort of, in some sense, that becomes a superpower, because you start to learn, you become way more aware that when someone hurts you, it wasn't necessarily their intention to hurt you. But that doesn't change the fact that it can still hurt. It still hurts, but you get better at sort of recognizing that the other usually, like, if the other person's being intentionally evil, that's another thing. But like, usually the other person isn't being intentionally evil, right? And we all lack. We've all got unconscious messes from our childhood. It seems like even if you were raised in a affluent material environment, no one really escapes the emotional mess of being a human, even if you were raised in material wealth, right? So, and at the same time, that doesn't mean you don't get a head start if you have a better material starting point, because I think in some sense you do. But what I'm really trying to say is that how can we learn to interact with each other in regards to the organizational potential of each other's projects, and how can we learn to respect each other's projects and see and learn our boundaries, learn boundaries in that way. Is that, to me, is almost going from the spiritual to the religious layer. Is the spiritual layer is about, let's say, the spiritual ego, my own individual affects, my own interiority, my own interior feelings and emotions, right? Which is important. I think we should cultivate our own spiritual practices and so forth and so on. But it's almost like the religious layer is about the organizational layer, I think. How can I rid myself almost of the pathology of my personality, my ego, or whatever, and become and turn my ego into a gift, or turn my ego into a present for the other, right? So like that for me would be trying to embed Philosophy Portal in such a way as that I can be in service of the Dark Renaissance if I'm needed, or be in service of the multiversity if I'm needed, or be in service of Mio or whatever your project is if it's needed, or be in service of Theory Underground if it's needed. And how do I structure my ego so that I'm contextually serving the other in that moment? And what's possible if we do that? What's possible if we do that? Because I think the people on the spiritual layer will get caught in So we're not just doing personal and we're staying in the personal. Now we're going to the organizational, right? And then you can go to the global. So the personal is important, but you don't want to stay in the personal. Your interiority is important, but you don't want to just stay with the shit of your own interiority. How can you take that, sublate that into the organizational, and how can we interact organizationally differently? And I just want to emphasize before passing it on, because I'm done now. Before passing it on, I want to say how important this jump is and how difficult it is to make it, and how few people talk about it in this way that I think we're trying to do. And the consequence of how few people talk about it, how difficult it is to do, is another reason why our culture is processing religion right now. And why so many people are going to religion right now. Because what religion does is it just, here's a prepackaged set of institutions and concepts. And here's a prepackaged community that loves you. Come on in, right? Rather than this, where we have to confront, when I want to say this, is that there's a bunch of different people here who have different projects and different interests and different ages and different levels of self-knowledge about each other and themselves. And let's open up the mess, right? And what happens when you open up the mess? You open up that empty tomb moment where you might think, oh, I hate that guy, or I don't like that guy, or he said that to me, or she said that to me. And do we have anything to say to each other? Or why don't I just go off on my own? And I go off on my own because I'm going to go. It's easier to be on my own than to deal with that asshole, right? Like, and just saying this generically, right? But like, I want to just say that today was a success because we did experience a negative moment, and we're still carrying on, and we're still doing this. And I think that in and of itself is a testament to the drive and the potential that I see in what I'm doing with Philosophy Portal, what I see Theory Underground's doing, and what I see in all of you individually and organizationally. So I'll end there. And that it's about protecting our time energy for creativity.
Don't make too many loud noises. Someone might get overstimulated, right? We'll just
Point of privilege.
yeah. That was where I was like, the DSA is not gonna. That's not real. Nothing real happening there. For anyone who's missing that reference, the 2019 DSA convention was the laughingstock of the world. Leftists tried to make it out like it was just Fox News, but no, that was the whole world. Someone was like, hey guys, we need to stop clapping. And then the next, because it's going to overstimulate people. And the next person comes up and says, hey, can we stop with the gendered language? Of course, that person who said that said, hey guys, can we stop with the gendered language? And it was like, is that your real voice? You know, like, shouldn't your DSA group pick a real, like a speaker? You know, like, that's the thing about like old socialists. Like, they picked someone who could speak. And they were like, we're proud of this motherfucker. We'll put him up there. And then the DSAs are like, well, this person's really bad at speaking. We better have that person go up there, right? And so it's like, that'll be my segue here into the organizational and the global, because I'm going to combine them because I just can't. I can't not, right? Because otherwise, I don't care about the organization outside of the global. Right, and that's the telos here, right? Now it's not a deterministic telos. It's not too well defined. We don't know exactly how church, state, and capital relate. We have our sort of operating assumptions. I have my little positive version of the manifesto, like, because you provoked the negative one, like, no, but you're calling me left, man, I'm not, so I had to like try to differentiate, but then it's like, well, what's the positive version? And Cadell hystericized me on that. And it's like, well, if you would just watch 200 hours of me and Nance reading really big books, then you'd know. But no one has that time, right? And that's kind of where we're coming from also, is like, our icon, like our sort of mascot, outside of my cat, Ryan Gosling. Outside of my cat, Ryan, you can follow him on Instagram. Outside of my cat, Ryan, our real mascot is that black lady. We don't know her name. There was a fire in her apartment, and she became a meme because she was on the news, and she said like, I thought somebody was barbecuing or something, and then she's like, I went out to the fridge to get me a cold pop, and she's like, I smell smoke, and I thought someone was barbecuing or something, and then she goes, I got bronchitis. Ain't nobody got time for that. And then they remix the song where it's like, ain't nobody got time for that. Ain't nobody got time for that. It's like a whole song, She's our mascot, because it's true. Like, ain't nobody got time for that. I kind of came in on Nance talking about that. And that's gets to the first real sort of contradiction. I want to say I basically agree with Cadell on the strictures of the university, not seeing a path forward there, it hindering my ability to do the things that I wanted to do. I went for an interdisciplinary master's degree because there was not a degree program at my local or at the broader world, like where I was like, yeah, I'm ready to do that for X amount of time, because I was like, no, but I need to do, like, for me, I did not come through Marx and Heidegger unscathed. I was shaped in such a way, and of course, who laid the groundwork for them? Well, it was like amazing professors, the rare, professor who really stood out and was able to be a mentor in certain situations. But they all were like so one-sided or specialized, and none of them were involved with the kind of political organizing stuff that I was doing. And the political organizing people didn't give a shit about any of this stuff. And so I gravitated away from the Democratic Socialists of America chapter that I started in Boise and went into this Marxist group called the Red Republicans. And the reason they're called the Red Republicans is they're playing off of the idea of Republicans, right? Because like people think of Republicans, they think of like the right, and they think of conservatism, and their point was like, we're the real Republicans, and real Republicans are red. And that's kind of, but also they were like talking to the Libertarian Club, they were talking to the Republican Club, they were talking to the Democrat Club, and I was like, this isn't just some Lenin fetish thing, this is real. And it seemed like it was at first, because like the organizer spent a lot of time with me behind closed doors being like, here's a plan, man, we're gonna find a way to talk with normal people and work with normal people. but then they started rolling out the red flags, and they started wearing the hats, and the vests with the pins, and and I was like, it's not serious now, guys. Like, come on, you're not the Zapatistas. What is this? And on the education committee of that organization, there was this gal who kind of had like raven energy in a good way. She was a libertarian the first time she came around. And when I say came around, Anne, my wife, and my vice president in the club that I was in at the time, we all wanted to do something fun and theatrical and performative. And also, we didn't really see any future with any of the existing activism. And we just wanted to kind of meme and play off of like that Eric Andre and like Who is America or whatever that Sacha Baron Cohen show was, like, which is basically just like pranking people, having fun. Like, and I was like, I mean, it's a little situationist now in retrospect, but like, we wanted to make something happen and kind of do it for the lulz, be funny in non-internet speak, like do it, you know, to have some fun. And so we and you know, this is about the most experimental we got with that club before it fell apart. We started a fake club called, I think it was called like Our American Heritage. And it had like a bald eagle, and it had flames coming up around the sides of it, and it had crossed AK-47s. And then we used like we made a fake poster for a real event, but it's like, you know, Ben Shapiro's face with like, just like exciting. And it was just like how to destroy leftists in debate. And I was still a leftist at the time. And so I performed being the woke SJW kind of person, and they performed being like the conservative organizers of this club. So I showed up to counter protest, and here's my future wife. I had no idea at the time, so Anne's like talking about like Ben Shapiro and all of this stuff, and so the person with Raven energy, I'm saying, like, showed up and was totally duped, at least halfway for it. I think that those two, because she came with her guy, they were convinced that the whole thing was real, and there was like fake arguing, but then there was also some people who were like in it, and there was this really nice liberal professor who kind of came to mediate because he'd seen the posters and he thought there was going to be shit. And on Facebook, there was like 100 people talking shit in the comments, and like shit because someone had shared the image, and all these people were talking about showing up to counter protest. So I thought I'd be in good company and be their little leader, but none of them came. And so we got some little Pepe boys and some like Alex Jones conspiracy theorist guys, and this one guy who organized a conservative club outside of university. Well, why did we do all this? And what came of it? And why am I bringing it up and saying that this person with this Raven energy? Well, she was really cool, man, but then she got radicalized. Basically, her and her guy, over the course, and they were in a band that was really great, really loved their band. Over the course of the next 6 months, they started getting into left tube. And also they found out, because they saw me and Ann walking around on campus doing stuff, and they were just, and the boyfriend, he had been like, I ended up talking to him about this later, and he was like, when I saw you two together, I instantly knew the whole thing was fake. It is so funny because they have a really good sense of humor and no tolerance for politics as it tends to play out in Boise. And so once they found out that they had been pranked, like there was like some kind of a bond forged there. But then I was like, I stopped at this Dutch Bros, little culty coffee chain in Boise. Like I stopped there. It was just down the street from where I lived. And Kiwi worked there. Oh, well, that's her name. I don't think she would care. But anyway, she came up and she was like, Dave. She's like, I got radicalized. No. She said, you'll never guess what happened. And I said, you're a communist now? And she's like, yeah. So then she's on the education committee of this Marxist organization with me later. You know, just like later, because I'm living with the guy who's organizing it. And then he knew her through other things, and so she happens to be there. And she's more radical than me now. She's a Stalinist. And I was like, Stalinist, man. And all those conversations I'd had with the leader, the organizer, about how this is going to be for normal people and regular workers and all of that, was quickly flushed down the toilet. I don't want to put this all on her, man. Everyone was getting radicalized around this time because everyone was feeling real burnt out and seeing that what was coming, 2019 politics. People were like, no, man, this is not going to work. It's going to be the same old thing again, but worse. And they were right. But I was like, we have to stay positive. We have to focus on concrete deliverables. If we can actually get Medicare for all, that's great. And they're like, oh, you're a reformist. And I'm like, no, the working class movement doesn't exist without these kinds of things, you know? And like, because for me, I'm always thinking, well, you could celebrate Lenin all you want, but what is the actual context of labor struggle? And it's people focusing on basic things, right? Basic kinds of people focusing on basic things. And if it wasn't for their outstitutions, which is to say the institutions that are on the outside, if it wasn't for these working class outstitutions, there would have been nothing for Lenin or Kropotkin to come along and write to. Because in the same way that the Apostle Paul was writing to the Christians and trying to give them direction, you have guys like Marx and Engels and Kropotkin and Proudhon, and what they feel is like this tremendous responsibility to use their intellect and their privilege, and Engels to share his privilege with Marx, because without Marx, without Engels, Marx would have been nothing, right? They felt that need and that responsibility to try to guide what they saw as the only possible vehicle for change, which was the working class at the time, towards something better. And of course, the issue of the era is that there were bourgeois revolutions that were promising universal emancipation and doctrines of rights, and the founding fathers were doing what they were doing. The French Revolution was doing what it was doing, and you have all these people paying attention now. Shit's getting real. And the bourgeois revolutions, this is for a lot of like two online lefties, like they'll just like, bourgeois is a dirty word, like ooh, so bougie. But it's like when you say that, it's you mean rich people, right? Or like it's too fancy for me. But then fancy people who shop at Whole Foods will be like, well, it's too bougie for me. So it doesn't mean anything anymore. But what bourgeois meant at the time was business owners and workers are the people who make the world go round. And they belong to the third estate. And the third estate does not have rights, does not have basic political freedoms. And there was a struggle over the course of 200 years. This is like the latter part of Das Kapital Volume 1 that people often don't get into, but it's kind of the bourgeois revolution doesn't just evolve out of feudalism. It comes from long-term struggle. And there was a businessman / working class solidarity for a while because they all wanted their rights, because they all belonged to the third estate. Even if you read Plato's Republic, sometimes the merchants and the workers are just lumped up together, even though they belong to separate metals. But sometimes it's just like what they really mean is the productive people. And the bourgeoisie is the productive people. And to say that the bourgeoisie is the 1% it's almost always been wrong. Because there was always old capital. And of course, that comes from primitive accumulation. And primitive accumulation is like, hey, you know how you live here? Well, now this belongs to so-and-so. And if you don't pay slip. They have to pay the tithe to the church, and they have to pay the tribute or the corvée to the feudal lord. And if you don't like that, well, then we'll just kill you now. Okay, go along with it. And by the way, you can't move. You can't choose where you work. And if we want to take your daughter back to the castle, we can, right? And Braveheart's a good example of that, right? Like that movie really kind of gives you the sense for what that was. My Scottish blood boils. Bagpipes in the background, please. You know? And that is the situation in which John Locke, one of the fathers of liberalism, is writing his first and second treatise on government. And most people focus on the second treatise. The second treatise is about basically like, hey, what is like right? What is like the role and responsibility of the state? This is a can of worms that were opened by Machiavelli and Hobbes more than anyone else. Machiavelli and Hobbes were very dangerous for the time because they were talking about the king having some responsibilities to the people. They were talking about the king being accountable. It's a dangerous idea at the time. But they dressed it up as a defense of the monarchy. And by dressing it up as a defense of the monarchy, the king is put in this position where now his rule is justified, not just on the divine right of kings, not just on the bloodline that descends from Adam. And right, so it's like, oh, we want this state philosopher read, but also it comes with a cost of, it undermines your legitimacy if people actually don't think that you are representing the interests of the people, which of course after John Locke is going to turn into Rousseau talking about the general will, right? You know, man is born everywhere free, but he lives in chains, right? Like what's going on, Rousseau's thinking. So the bourgeois revolution, but it wouldn't have been possible without the first treatise on government. And that's the one that like people don't really think about, like the significance of the first treatise. But it is John Locke laying out his argument as to why the divine right of kings is bullshit. And so here he is arguing against it, and he's using reason and logic and all this very heretical stuff, man. He couldn't have written that in other countries at the time. But, you know, there was like this kind of free speechy culture arising in London, you know, and so John Locke's doing his thing. Of course, David Ricardo and Adam Smith and David Hume and John Stuart Mill, like these guys couldn't have done what they did with political economy and theorizing capitalism. And they understood it had problems, but overall, it's certainly better than what they were seeing before that. And if you want to know how much worse it was before that, just read the first 3 pages of Discipline and Punish. Foucault is very, very graphic in laying out the way they treated a person who talked like John Locke, right? The person for those 3 pages is being hung, drawn, and quartered. He's screaming to be put out of his misery, and like the priest is there to kind of give him his rights and everything. And he had it coming, you know, he's a criminal. And they have to make these big spectacles, right? Because on the one side, the society needs its outlets. We have like this excess negativity and it has to go somewhere. And of course, you get all these people who are like, yeah, kill him! Because like they got nothing more interesting going on. They didn't have TV. They couldn't play Call of Duty, you know? So it's like they got to do something. And so all of this lays the basis for where Marx is going to intervene. And that's all I pretty much have to say about the global, which is that after the French Revolution, there's a split within the bourgeoisie between workers and businessmen. And it's an perhaps unfortunate and premature split. But what you saw with the Paris Commune was a bunch of people trying to take over the apparatus of the state and thinking, like, we can do this, guys. And then you had all these different people saying, well, no, it has to be this way. And no, it has to be that way. And then you got, oh, you're counter-revolutionary. We better kill you. And then it's kind of the same thing that you see later after the Bolshevik Revolution, right? Everyone's starting to get shot. Like Lenin's very unapologetic about it. He says, what do we need prisons for, right? Just shoot them in the head, right? This really lays, and this is why conservatives are always like, wow, the left doesn't understand the precedent that it's setting. What that means is if the left does something, the right's going to be able to do it too. And of course, the right did do it too after the Soviets were doing it, right? This is fascism. You take the Bolshevik form of organizing and its attitude towards the state, towards the market, towards the workers, and then you just say, yeah, but we'll just focus on the nation and we'll purify its blood. And that part is, you know, maybe for Himmler, it's real. But for guys like Gödel's, like it's probably actually opportunistic. It's probably just saying, look, there's a lot of anti-Semites here, and they have a lot of power, they have a lot of money, and the rich Jews, because not all Jews are rich actually, they don't have as much commitment to the state, and there is this antagonism. So let's play off that antagonism. And then, of course, that's the idea of fascism. You bundle together all of the power brokers, including as many of the socialist blocks as you can. You split those blocks from within, you send people in there to organize and split stuff up, and you bring it on over. So this is the cadre Bolshevik organizing method. I literally encountered it in the groups that I was in. There were people from Russia, people from, I don't know if it was Brazil. There's all these different like little like representatives who are like playing like they're just part of the actual organization. But in reality, they were part of these cadres to other organizations, and their goal was to split it from within, right? So if you don't have the FBI there to actually do identity politics and try to fragment things and make everything this perpetual, whatever it becomes, well, then you have actual cadres infiltrating you, right? And the FBI knew this. Not only did the FBI know this, but like they took it to be a real threat for government councils. But they also saw it as positive. If you can be encouraged in the right directions, well, let them be in the Black Panthers. Like let's encourage a little bit of these cadres getting into the Black Panthers till key members of the Black Panthers, like much later we find out most of their best friends were agents and all of this stuff. And nowadays, I don't think the FBI has to get so carried away. The left does it to itself, probably. But also, the internet was invented, which gets out ahead of any kind of real working class organizing, any kind of working class organizing that can be broad-based. People are basically self-reporting. Like Foucault was worried about people self-reporting to psychiatrists. Well, now they'll just do it to TikTok. They'll just do it to YouTube. They'll say, hey, I'm a radical, I'm a revolutionary. Good. We'll mark you down for later. Maybe in 10 years, we'll have to come scoop you up. But that's what they did in Indonesia. Everybody on the list, everybody who voted a certain way, everybody on the list, the CIA worked with these local extremist groups, had them rounded up and shot in the fields, right? And the PMC was invented in the 20th century. So the PMC and the internet, it changes the game forever. And when I say it's invented, I don't mean the PMC, like, yeah, doctors and lawyers and academics, they existed prior to the turn of the 19th into the 20th century. But they were like 3%. Now they're like 30%. And the reason for the radical acceleration was because you had guys like Taylor, what's his full name? Frederick Winslow Taylor, and W.E.B. Du Bois, and Bernays. Basically what these people are representatives of some interests for an emerging function, an emerging social function. For Bernays, if you read Propaganda, he is selling himself as the person who understands population control and how to control and how to use information to get what you want. And he's selling himself to capitalists. He's saying, hey guys, you know what's more effective than going around shooting people or disciplining people? You gotta understand propaganda, advertising, the population dynamics in play. Yeah, I'm bringing it. I kind of see that, and that's kind of, yeah, I don't know, man. So I got to get through a few things here, and it's all, yeah. I mean, I feel like the plan almost changes because of things went different, right? But I do think that I have to bring together these things, and so I'll try to make sure that there's at least time for a couple points, but also we'll hopefully get a couple hours, the table and everything. But the point is that that's the context within which we find ourselves. And the Frederick Winslow Taylors and the W.E.B. Du Bois, on Taylor's side, it's about scientific control within the workplace to de-skill the workers and to centralize that in the management, and then to have professionals gatekeep the rest of the skills that had been hoarded by advanced workers. And advanced workers were the people being organized by Bolsheviks. Well, you pull that out from under, and then there's nothing there anymore. So coming from this, oh, we care about the working class and it's the counter to capital, well, the working class kind of doesn't exist in a sort of sense anymore. The conditions are still there that we've all talked about today. But the situation's fundamentally different. And I don't think people have really processed how the internet's different, but I think people are beginning to get an inkling of it. Like, people are avoidant of it. People say it's dangerous, and it is. Anybody who's trying to do the revolution online, man, they're a fed or they're naive, right? That's one of our leading operating assumptions as an organization. But then the other one is just like this attitude of, well, we don't have time for that. I've spent the last 10 years doing this organizing work. I've been through 5 organizations that failed for different reasons, and I just don't have time for certain things. And I don't think any of us do. But when I wrote Waypoint, I was coming to terms with the fact that if I don't know what the situation actually is, and if I can't find someone who I'm like, oh, they've got to figure it out, I want to study under them, then what? And so I was like, well, I can't go get my doctorate in the university system because I don't see that the things that I'm talking about right now are actual majors. And so yeah, I could do this interdisciplinary degree, but that I did for my master's, but my PhD program is Theory Underground. That is my PhD program. I have an annotated bibliography that is 100 pages long, and most of it is page by page, the different courses that I think are necessary for me to get to where I can even lead other people through courses on the situation that we are in now. And in Waypoint, I said, I'm so stressed, and I'm always like, oh, I don't have time to read. I don't have time to study. So what do I do? Well, what did Gandalf do? Going back to, it was brought up as an example. He went and read for 12 years to try to understand what's going on. The Ring of Power. Well, what is power today? Is it just capital? Is it just state? Is it just church? Is it somehow the interrelations between this, the permeability between this, the fact that someone works in one and then moves over to the other? Thinking about the state, thinking about institutions, these aren't courses that we're offering. These are fundamental problems, fundamental contradictions, and preconceived political solutions already have it all figured out, and they think that, oh, well, we know. Well, guys like Hegel, guys like Marx, even John Locke, right? They're more relevant in our time in a sort of sense. But everyone says we don't have time for that. And I'm the Timenergy guy, so of course everyone thinks I'm going to say, of course, we don't have time for that. Let's get onto the streets. But if rushing forward and trying to change things keeps resulting in terror and actually making the popular will resent the change makers, then it's not a legitimate way forward. And so then what I say there is that if we don't have time for that, then we really don't have time to act like we don't have time. Because acting like we don't have time and rushing around and never completing anything and being all frenetic and broken up and it results in disaster and in repeating the past. And so that's the basic approach. Critical media theory and critical doxology and Timenergy theory, the ongoing seminars that I do with my wife, the Snellgrove McKerracher synthesis, as we call it, that happens on the second and fourth Sunday of every month. This research is about understanding those contradictions that constitute the reason that change makers stay trapped within a negative kind of repetition that is not actually generative of any new real ways forward. And so the point is to not come along and say, we're the ones who know, but we do assume that we don't know, which is an assumption. It's a kind of knowledge, but it's not a dogma. But we do assume that we don't know, and we also assume no one else knows. And we also assume that anyone who's really eager to tell us how they know what the solution is isn't worth our time, because we've been listening to them in the Democratic Socialists of America. We've been listening to them in Marxist organizations. I've been listening to them on my communal farm reading radical project that I did. I did 2 versions of it. The horizontalism seeps in, the Occupy people come in, the anarchist people come in, the meta-modernists and the burnt-out burners come in, and everybody's got a hard-on to talk about their little thing, and it's like, yeah, like, oh yeah, let's talk about Bitcoin and fucking chakras some more, like, sure. And of course, then this whole thing about, oh, well, you know what, there's too many guys here and they're too white, and I think we just need to breathe and get our chakras in alignment, and you guys have too much negative affectivity in your fucking voices. And then, of course, which would be okay if we were black, but they don't recognize other kinds of legitimate grievances. And so there's only certain kinds of negative affect that are allowed. Also, I come from a predominantly white place. There's nothing I can do. You try to import people just to solve that problem. It's not going to work out. People have to want to come just to actually be a part of it, right? And so that is kind of where I wanted to bring it back to. Look, earlier with Dimitri, I'm bringing my bullshit into the room, and I didn't preface so you all know where I'm coming from. I didn't tell you all where I'm coming from and why it's driving me crazy. But the assumption that we all need to talk, the assumption that the person who's 2 years along towards their doctorate and the person who's 8 years along should probably like somehow share this like equally or whatever. It's operative at the university right now. The teaching that I've done in like 7 different courses is always as a discussion leader, because they have replaced the glorified professor with the glorified discussion leader. And there I facilitate discussion and everyone's basically just talking, but there's not actually the thousands of years of what we've brought into ourselves being transferred. You know, that's what it means. Like, to have a PhD, you are ahead of me. We're not anti-lecture. We're not anti-master. That's why I have respect. We're not anti-master. And this is why I, from the beginning, was like, Cadell lectures, guys. Cadell lectures, which means that he has to come prepared. At the university, you get these radical professors who come unprepared because they're like, I've flipped the classroom and the students are going to teach me. And I'm like, well, isn't that convenient since you're teaching 10 classes, right? And so I see it as like, it's an unhappy flipping of the script that we're doing here. But there's a reason that, and this is one of the biggest contradictions here. You do have some 30-year-olds. You have a lot of 20-year-olds in your organization, or your heart goes out to, and you're thinking about 20-year-olds today and where they're going to be in 5 years. And in Waypoint, which I wrote this part in 2019, I said, I don't have any faith or trust or hope in the next 3 generations. And the only people that I'm preparing myself to write to are going to be the parents of the children who will be 25 in 30 years, because I'm giving myself 5 years to work through everything that I've come to and what I think I need to study to get this pseudo PhD that I'm giving myself, so that I can write the book to the parents of the children, right? And those children, think about it. That's like 2050 or something like that, right? I'm talking like
that is a huge difference between us.
Yeah. And the thing is like, I think he's doing what needs to be done. Cadell's doing what needs to be done. But also this bracketing out of the assumption that it's going to work, or that anyone else is doing anything that's going to work, is allowing me to think more intergenerationally and giving myself more time. It's allowing me to go, no, but we do have time. And what I'm asking you all to do is to think about this as a potential thing to be unfolded over the next 30 years. Because I think, yes, look, kids now need help, but the tendency for the last 100 years has been to focus on the next generation. So let's talk about the future one. Thanks.
I'll say, I think maybe then, if Theory Underground's like basically your default doctoral, like your PhD project, like, I don't think I would be able to mediate intergenerationally if I hadn't done a doctorate. Like, I think that's something I learned through my doctorate. So I feel like that's maybe a meta difference between our organizations in some sense. But then where I would take that meta difference is, say, whatever Theory Underground becomes in the next 4 years, it represents kind of your doctoral process, and then what is your perspective on the next generation, or something like that. Yeah.
And I just say that there's fundamental questions, and that fundamental questions usually open entire fields. And that the opening of a field, it's going to bracket out certain things, and then it's going to operationalize certain concepts that are meant for doing the work in those fields. And those fields are many. There's many fields that are necessary for getting to the point where I'm really able to properly ask that question. But that is sort of the process here. And yeah, man. So it's like at the end of the Paris Salon, they say saloon. At the end of the Paris Saloon, it was Cinziana's brother, who told me he doesn't give a shit about any of the speeches that we made, that after talking to Nance for 20 minutes, he can say that no intellectual in Paris has ever had a guy like Nance in the room taking him seriously. And it's the fact that Nance is here taking me seriously that is the only reason that he cares about Theory Underground. And I took it to be high praise because he was probably high. Or at least drunk, I don't know. But you know what I mean, I shouldn't let it get to my head, but I do think that it's a proof of concept, the fact that Nance is here. And so that's my thing, is like looking for like the burnouts, the people who didn't go to college, the people who did and were unsatisfied, who are looking for something else. They're slipstreaming me like NASCAR drivers do the person who's in the front, or geese when they fly in a V. The person who's braking, who's pushing and giving everything they've got to go forward, it's a lot easier to fly right in their draft or to drive right in their draft. And then once you've gotten to the point where you're ready to shoot out ahead, go for it. And so that's what people are doing off of me, is slipstreaming. You are all slipstreaming off of Cadell as well. But the kind of burnout energy that's slipstreaming behind me, it brings this insane intensity, and that's why we do 10-hour readings, 17-hour streams, and we're producing these kind of. I take insane inspiration from the way that you're publishing, but we're publishing differently, and we're experimenting with the medium, and that's why we do critical media theories. What is the internet, and what can we do with it now that it has undermined traditional ways of organizing?
All right, so I think we have, do we want to start dinner? Do we want to start cooking right at 6? Is that a necessity? Yeah. Well, I think then let's bring Joris in first, and maybe if we have time, like just offer reflections on what's come into your guys' minds on the level of organization.
I'm more, to be honest, more interested in to hear Dark Renaissance reacting to this than my reaction, to be honest. Yeah.
So let's wait for Owen.
Before you leave.
Yeah.
Let's pass it to Raven then and Owen.
Yeah, I would say just this last point that you're making about having this intergenerational perspective, or working for the parents of the children of the future, is definitely where I come from. I have the same perspective. So for me, the orientation point is, it's not about winning over or changing people who are already within their process. It's about finding the people who have a similar constellation of existential interests and building an in-group. Honestly, I'll say I can beginning to get the shape of what you're talking about, which is like having very strong membranes around who's in and who's out. Because when you do that, then you can create an interior that has trust and loyalty. And the way that I do think about being on the internet, or I think about contemporary society, it is a war zone. And there's a lot, what you're talking about with the undermining of certain movements. This is happening all over the place. And clearly everyone is insecure across the board and playing status games. And in a market-based society, of which, the United States is, there's no security net. If you are outside of a community that can take care of you, you're really vulnerable. Like, you have the street or you have the church. These are basically your options if you don't have a business or you don't have a family that can take care of you.
Yeah.
So I think that, these I'm beginning to understand more of the mechanics of how you operate from what you just said, and I do really appreciate that. And I see resonance with how we're building and organizing, because, Dark Renaissance. Would you want to?
I want to ask you a question.
Yeah, of course.
So I feel like one of the and this is just, I feel like I'm working out this myself with you, is like, I feel like, and I'm not presupposing my ways better.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like Dave has stronger inside and outside boundaries than I do, and I have looser inside and outside boundaries. So what do you think are the pros and cons of having stronger versus weaker inside and outside boundaries, and where do you see yourself tending?
Yeah. Well, I could just say for us in Dark Renaissance right now, we're very open. We're very, very open. Like we are working with boundaries and with in-group, but and I would say that our core is quite in-group, and we're working slowly to build bonds in person. Right now we're kind of building a coalition or a little pod in Stockholm. But before we're building anything on top of that, like organizing an event or doing anything that's big picture, we're meeting in my apartment and we're getting in the room together and we're actually engaging with one another. Because for me, I only want to grow as fast as trust is being built. I think someone mentioned that. Timothy mentioned that. And for me, it's because of this longer term perspective. If you have short term growth mindset, you may get some things, but there's so much negativity that you get when you become popular that you have to be prepared to take that on. And if you're too vulnerable, if your in-group is vulnerable, if it's open to defection, if the relationships aren't strong enough, then if somebody is being scapegoated, it's easy for that protective inner circle to also become corrupted. And, you know, I do think we're facing a quite hostile and corrosive social environment. And when you stick yourself out, you are vulnerable. So it makes a huge, and then this is, you know, we talked about this on Tuesday, but this is where the pair bond comes in, and where the couplings of pair bonds into a community come in. Because when you have that, when you have the family, when you have these structures, when you're able to gatekeep something of true value, these types of things, you actually have a position, a secure position within the social hierarchy, even if you end up with a tremendous amount of social negativity. And I personally don't think that, you know, at Dark Renaissance we're really there yet. We're in our 20s. We're quite vulnerable economically, socially. We're building up from what we have, from our mentors, from your network, from Bart's network, from like the people who have already been forging this path. We're trying to build on top of it and create bonds that are much deeper. But yeah, I think for us, I don't know, I think there's a lot of openness. I have a lot of openness. Like if people want to talk about politics within our container, that's fine for me. I don't really care. But it's not where most of my identity lies. And I don't think that's where Dark Renaissance is going ultimately in our public facing events. I think we're late, like, you know, the event that we did in Gothenburg, because of we brought up the family, because we brought up sexual difference, because we talked about demographic decline. We were coded right wing just by the audience. Like that was just inevitability of the thing. But we didn't mention that any of that. It was just about bringing up the subject matter, you know, that created that context. So I guess I don't know, like, do you want to kind of talk about anything in terms of Dark Renaissance? And we're doing this for Joris so that he can go and make dinner.
And you've said a great amount. I mean, funnily enough, I spent a lot of time thinking and reading about the Renaissance. And and one of the things I enjoy reading about Florence in particular in the 14th and 15th century, as things were starting to get underway, was that you'd had this humanist underground that had been going since, say, the 12th and the 13th centuries. And then there's literally just small salons and symposiums being organized by artists and thinkers and people who are discovering Cicero and ancient writers and wanting to think about Plato as well, reading Plato, thinking about basically doing underground theory and underground art. But what was interesting is that in the context of Florence, it was a republic, and you had this whole political thing going on, and these merchant families and these bankers who were involved and actually saying, we're sponsoring this. This is going to be dope. And my God, I don't know if any of you have been to Florence, but it's staggering. It is beautiful. And Italy in general is filled with these monuments to the high aspirations of culture that are hundreds and some of them thousands of years old. And I wrote a paper a few months ago that I called Bitcoin Medicis. My argument was basically that actually there are a bunch of people in this world who have spontaneously made an insane amount of capital. And there's also people from the more traditional financial routes as well who have got a lot of capital. And there must be people who are willing to sponsor spiritual projects, artistic projects, philosophical projects. And I'm interested in finding out how to meet these people and how to form strong alliances with. I enjoyed what you were saying. Actually, I've written it down on my hand on this paper about money and trust, and actually that when that clicked for you, that money was deeply connected to trust and how much you could be trusted. Fuck, that's something I need to sit on and meditate with deeply, because I think there's something to unlock there, basically. So that's I'd be interested to continue that conversation with you guys, if there's anything, because it's fascinating to be here in Brussels, in an actual capital of finance, doing a symposium for the arts and philosophy. It's like that gives me a Renaissance boner.
Yeah. I'll just maybe say at that point. I guess if we want to talk about intergenerational projects, I think I have a telos that's oriented and that like comes into every single environment that I'm in. So it's in Dark Renaissance because of that. But Dark Renaissance that's not necessarily something we've all agreed upon. I don't know where Dark Renaissance is going to go, and for me, that's not the thrust of the group. The group is built on the relationships. The relationships are primary. The signifier is something that, for the moment, has instrumental value. And it has meaning to organize around, but it is not where the identity is being hosted for me. And I'm very, very open to talking about this, working with this intergenerational process, because I've been saying very similar things as you just stated, like the way that I'm thinking about things. And you mentioned this as well, like this isn't our decade, it's the next decade, like this is, people are doing religion this time, like it's going to be in 10 years that they're going to be like, okay, who's been thinking through the actual difficulty
right now
of these
we're
things?
experimenting.
Yeah, we're in this underground experimental phase.
We're in an underground phase, yeah.
And I think I'm even more in terms of really forging a new paradigm or creating a new paradigm. The way that I think about it is like, it may not be my children, even it may be my children's children who can really take advantage of some of the asymmetries of history. And that's something I'm down to talk about, but I wouldn't do it as Dark Renaissance. I would do it as Raven.
I want to challenge this. I want to challenge both what you're
Sure.
saying about the children's children and what you're saying about. I think this is obfuscating the real situation. I think
Okay.
I think we have to confront the actual intergenerational links that exist right now. And if we're not willing to actually confront the actual intergenerational links right now, then I think we're fake. Like, if you're not really interacting with people in their 20s and people in their 40s, and if you're not building links between people in their 40s and people in their 20s, then you're fake, and you're the problem.
Yeah, but is that really what you think I'm saying?
Because
that feels like misunderstanding.
I don't know if that's what you're saying. That's what I heard.
Okay, well, that's not what I'm saying.
So what
I'm in my 20s.
I know, but I'm saying that it's not about the people that exist 20 or 30 years from now. It's about the people who exist right now, and it's about learning how do we link up between people of different age groups right now, and how do we coordinate between people of different age groups right now. So I don't know if you're saying something different, but that's what I'm saying.
I think that for me, it's like, yes, that's a part of it, but my perspective is very future oriented. It very much is about, and I think in a way that is serving some sort of function for me in terms of placing my investment and my sacrifices into a sense of possibility for a future that I may never see. So I don't know, but I can't do that alone. And I do think that it's fundamentally about building a tribe. The tribe has to move together in this.
Now,
yeah, but it's not for me to be the beneficiary of that work. It's for a generation I may not even see. So, and that's just my own mythos.
So I disagree with that. I think it's about us. I think it's about us now, and it's about this life, and it's about you're fucking in your 20s, and I'm in my 30s, and it's about us having a relationship that goes out 20 years, 30 years, and that we're going to be a part of it, and we're going to see it, and we're going to live it, and it's about our relationship, me and you, 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 me and you. Now, we're alive.
And that's the true future-orientedness.
That's the true future-orientedness.
This is like fake thing, like, in 20 years, my fantasy is going to be the children. Who knows if you're even going to have children? You don't know that. Exactly. So what are you talking about, this fantasy that I'm going to talk to my little thing there in the future? And that's the fucking problem, man. Like, this being unrecognized. Like, I read Dave's work, you know, I read his book, I read tons of his articles, he's read nothing by me. You know, I see Cadell, he does read my things. And there's all these, the institutions don't recognize me. You know, the academia doesn't recognize me. Older guys just are fucking intimidated by me and just don't recognize me and just lash out at me or ignore me and become mute. Like, this fucking weakness, man. And this, like, having to say, you know what you said about the underground? Oh yeah, we think it's either fads or naives. What? Either they are fads or they are naive. What the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? These no, stop. Don't let me talk.
Organize in the
Let
US,
me talk. No, bullshit. This is fucking bullshit. You're on European soil right now. And Alenka Zupancic says, if there's anything I've learned for my entire philosophical career, listen to this. Alenka Zupancic, she says, never underestimate your fucking audience. Never do this. What the fuck is this bullshit of, oh, you are naive. Oh, I am above you. Have you read my work? No, I have read your work. Like, what the fuck is this, man? This is fucking, this is the infantility of all these older generations. Oh, I'm just gonna cling to my fucking bullshit. Like, I don't have anything, you know, I don't have property or shit. What is this for bullshit? Like, oh yeah, these young men, I'm just gonna see them as naive. I'm gonna tell them how it is. I don't get, where do I get recognized? Cadell recognizes me. Not because Cadell is above me. Like, we are principally equal. That doesn't mean that Cadell, he has done more work, he has read more, he has a company, he has developed himself more. But we can seriously collaborate on an equal basis. And that's true spirit. Like, that's true spirit. You know, like Hegel says, how does spirit pass over into religion? Through forgiveness. Through forgiveness. The birth of religion from spirit to religion is forgiveness. And it's like this idea that I have a moral law and I have this duty and this is like from the transcendent above of my future children and I have to actualize it. Like, and this is bullshit. Like, it's about, can we forgive right now? Just like we had this conversation outside. You never said to me, I apologize to you. You said, but I said to you, I forgive you. And then we had a hug. And I'm talking my truth now. Like, that's it. Because if you didn't recognize me outside or didn't attempt to recognize me outside, but oh yeah, he's just naive, he is young, you have not read my work. Again, you have not read my work. You have not read my work. So you don't know. How do you know if I'm naive then? You know?
I don't think you're naive.
No, you're the American idiot here. Like,
That's right.
Exactly. Like, you're on European soil, you know, you speak one language. You are naive on so many fronts that I'm not naive on because of my experience that you didn't have. So I'm willing to recognize that I am also naive. That's why I read your book and take it. You know, I'm not like writing some flimsy article critiquing it. I'm using the Timenergy in a serious manner too. I'm not, but can we like do this? You know, can we have this humility, you know? And I mean, I don't want to talk and go on a monologue on saying whatever, but this thing that Jordan Peterson says, like, hey man, maybe just shut up and accept that you can actually learn from letting the other person talk. Just, like, can we do this? Yeah, that's it. That's it for me.
Gail?
Well, what was the question? Yeah, well, I think we can draw from the future, but we only experience the present. So, well, I right now experience the passing of time and experience a lot of energy. So, there is that emotional aspect that we can't escape. There is that space in between that takes center stage. And somehow we need to have some kind of harmonious vibration in that space for stuff to propagate. My take on the internet is it's, from my point of view, the biggest technology that of our time, and it will not change everything. It's a tool, but it will multiply. So it's important to know what it does multiply. I believe that personal relationship is what is missing from that technology. So we do now have a one-to-many type of interaction, influencers, followers.
Yeah.
Or we do have many-to-many, like random, anonymous interactions. But what about a few-to-few interaction? And so scaling at the speed of trust would mean for me that we can have both groups and networks, and boundaries become the main signifier as as something that connects to what it separates. And so therefore in your experience of your organization, they would say that obviously the people that are close to you, you've got a strong bond and more trust, but also these people can act as gatekeepers, as enablers to the outside world. And that would provide a middle ground between being totally open or totally closed. I've learned a lot from everyone here. So I feel that I am more rich than when I came. And thank you for that.
Thanks, Gail. I've appreciated your contributions today. I think what I need to say is that I've underestimated the problem of, so like the problem I've been trying to navigate for the last, basically since the split with Bard. The problem I've been trying to navigate since the split with Bard is, how do I collaborate with other people who are building shit? And I've consistently underestimated that problem. I think I've further underestimated that problem today, because I don't think we can get out of, like, for example, Dimitri, I recognize you, right? I recognize you, but I recognize you because of the way you engage with me. It's a two-way street. The way you engage with me is respectful. It's reciprocal. There is like a father-son spirit. And when I say father-son spirit, we can take out that language. It's like older and younger, intergenerational on some level. I'm like 15. How much older am I? Am I 15 years? I'm 37. Okay. So I'm 13 years older than you. There are a lot of guys your age who consistently disrespect me, and I don't recognize them. I don't have time. It's not even that. It's that I don't have time to. And my life and my world is so complex that if the younger guy isn't coming into the container that I've built respectfully, then I can't share that respect back. So, and I really do think that energy between the generations, and it's abstract, and this is also the way, like, for example, Joris is older than me, or Peter Rollins is older than me, or Todd McGowan is older than me. Like, I try to model a relationship to them where I try to engage with them respectfully and hope that it's reciprocal. Sometimes it is, and sometimes it's not. But the key is that when we open the link between if we get the link between the generations right, something special opens up. There's a special energy that opens up. And if the link between the generations breaks, hell opens up. So I think, like, literally heaven and hell is at stake. Like, if the link between the generations breaks, hell opens up. If the link between the generations works, heaven opens up.
I will add something that I've already told all of you, that the one thing that Žižek wants to see politically is a community reminiscent of us in the Holy Spirit.
Yeah.
And the Holy Spirit is the third moment of the triad between the Father and the Son,
Yeah.
and then the Holy Spirit.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what you're saying.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's exactly what there is a
That's
mutuality.
what I try to do.
So I agree, and like I'm gonna say it again.
wait,
I'm gonna say it again. Like Alenka Zupancic, like listen to the naive younger guy who's telling you your master, what she is saying. Like you need a younger guy to tell you what the older woman is saying to you. Never underestimate your audience. And you know what this means for me? This means for me that I can have a better philosophical conversation with like just some dude I randomly met, like maybe my barber, maybe some random person on the street, than these snobbish academic PMC, who you are also against. And this high-standing, arrogant, looking from you, to below. Like, no, like, fuck that. If I meet some guy, like here in Brussels, we had a conversation, it was like, there was a philosophical value to that. And for me, that's life, like philosophy as a way of life, exactly like the Greeks were speaking about it. You can have a deeply philosophical conversation by just being open to each other. That has more value than talking about whatever bullshit kind of abstractions. And if we don't retain the humility to have this kind of spirit, that's not philosophy. Socrates...
That's not the spirit you talked to me last night with.
I didn't talk with you last night.
Tuesday.
Look, what I'm saying is that Socrates is only imposing his own ideas when someone asks him. And I am suspicious of this idea that, we have to impose abstractions from above in this convincing kind of manner. And that's not philosophy. That's not philosophy. Whenever you move, we're all future-oriented. But if we are going to derive like the present from the future, we're lost. Like this is the irreconciled discord, the split within oneself. That like you can see it in German idealism. Like Hegel wants to reconcile philosophy. Heinrich Heine works with this. You see this with Marx, like going back to Kant and like moving that split on. Like these are the six, and these people like Heinrich Heine was at the lectures of Hegel. Heinrich Heine and Marx, like they were not the parents of the children of whatever. Like if you take a look at the 19th century and the 20th century, how it developed, it's like directly relational in this intergenerational sense. Like these people knew each other. And these are the stakes, Look, if you look at the history of how German idealism has been taken, we are lucky to get the Žižekian interpretation. Like, what? No, I'm serious. Like, if you read the letters between Schelling and Hegel and see how Hegel was seen as a virus, Schelling was installed by the state to speak against Hegel. Like,
I'm not Fichte.
No, I know. I read your stuff. They're like there.
Just a sec.
I'm gonna. Here, dude. I don't care. I don't trust you. You haven't built that. It's not there.
You haven't read jack shit.
I don't need to.
Yeah, that's the stance. That's the stance.
Hold.
The relationship has not been built yet.
Hold on a sec, guys. Hold on a sec, guys. Hold on a sec, guys. Okay, so just let me say something quick. Okay, so when I was starting to build. And it's gonna be relevant to you. So, like when I was starting to do that when I was writing my paper for the Enter the Alien, when I was starting to do the Enter the Alien, you were one of the first guys to read it, my papers. Okay, like you engaged, you read my stuff, and there was a container, and you engaged with Philosophy Portal in such a way as that I could read and engage with your stuff. There was something that was established. I can't read and engage with every smart young guy's stuff. But I can read and engage with your stuff because of the way you've come to Philosophy Portal and the relationship that we built with each other. So you've read Dave's stuff, and that's great. And I'm really proud of you for reading Dave's stuff. And there's so not almost, like everything you do, I respect. Everything you do, I respect. The fact that you came here and you read Timenergy, I really respect that. But Dave hasn't had time to read my shit yet. But I'm saying, like, Dave's got so much on his plate. Like, to run and do the organization that Dave's doing, like, I know because I'm building Philosophy Report, it takes so much time and energy to do that. Right? There's so many, like, Dave has students, he has to read their stuff, and he's got students, he hasn't had time to read their stuff, so he's got to get an editor, and you've got a writing specialist, and he's really doing the work to get writing specialists, to get the system set up. The point is that if you took a Theory Underground class and you engaged with Dave over the course of 2 years, then he would be able to set up the mechanisms where he could read and engage with your stuff. Right, so there's all these complex systems, and now the crucial thing is that I know how, I know what it's like to be the student, and you just want the teacher to read and recognize your shit. I was there, like, you know that shit, like when Francis would never read my shit, and how pissed I was when Francis never read my shit, right, and how painful that was for me, and it destroyed me. Or the first time I got a publication and Francis said, "Oh, it's not that big of a deal," right? And it destroyed me, right? Like, these things are super emotionally difficult. But if the point is that if you exactly the way you modeled your relationship to Philosophy Portal. If you modeled your relationship, like whenever there's an older guy that you want them to recognize your stuff, if you model that behavior, they will engage with your stuff over time, but you have to give the time for the mediation for that to happen. Does that make sense? Am I talking shit?
Well,
am I talking out of my ass here? Does it make sense what I'm saying?
Well, it makes sense what you're saying, like these dynamics that recognition dynamics that play out and stuff like this.
And also, we can't get trapped by recognition dynamics either, because that's not a solution at the end of the day. Like, it
is not a solution, but
what
I'm interested is philosophy as a way of life, as a living spiritual dialogue.
Right.
And this is like you've written about. It's like reading, and only then comes talking. Only after the reading.
Right.
And he says, "Oh, I don't trust you," so he's not gonna read my stuff. But he talks about it. Yeah, then for me it's like over, you know.
But the thing is like in the context of you wanting Dave to read your stuff, that's something that realistically.
No, I'm not even like there yet. I'm not even saying like, "Oh, read my stuff." I'm not like him. He says this kind of stuff, you know. "Oh yeah, you didn't read the book. You didn't read the book." But I'm not like that. I don't say that. But there is this attitude, like if I do the exegetical readings, you would see that immediately. You would be repulsed by it. If I have the exegetical readings at Philosophy Portal, and I'm like, "Oh yeah, this Yuri or whoever, all these other guys, they are naive or they are fats." And I'm here and I know Lacan because I'm good with Cadell. I'm gonna be proud. I'm gonna like, like be prideful of that. That's not. Then you would see that you would be like, "Oh, he's not the right guy to hold the space. He's not the right guy to hold it," and you would be right for that. But if I'm like, okay, humility, and I'm interested in like, okay, how are all these people going to read it, and like let's spar, let's see how can I respond to that. If I don't, I just say I don't know. You might be right, maybe I'm wrong. And this is philosophy, right? This is the Greeks. That's what it's about. So this whole I think is so crucial. There's like difference between Dave McKerracher and Alenka Zupancic. Are you gonna be the person who?
Who's your audience, though? There's not one, man.
Who's my audience?
I give a fuck about Nance. I give a fuck about Sue, who is your age, but he's not gonna come up with this bullshit.
Bullshit? What bullshit?
You're fucking bullshit. You're not listening to Dell, man. Spirit is between father and son. I'm not your fucking dad, dude. I don't give a shit.
Yeah, and I'm not your son.
You just finished reading my book, bro. I didn't have time. You know how Daniel Garner and Cadell last showed me that they read my works? I know they read my works.
Now you're getting pissed because I'm getting to the truth.
Let me say something.
Okay, go.
I know that Daniel Garner read my work because he wrote a fucking killer review. And it was engaged and it was critical, but it was not just criticism. It was rigorously critical. And that's what Cadell did. He read it inside out so that
my teaching coach for the guys at Theory Underground is using Cadell's piece.
This is the point. No, go ahead, please.
At
This is the
Theory
problem.
Underground, Andy is using Cadell's piece about Timenergy to show how to critique. And it's because he's been around long enough that when I read it, I was like, oh, he really did read it, because there's reading and then there's reading. And I'm just saying, I don't know, when a working class person from America, some American idiot says, I don't know you, I don't trust you, it just says, it doesn't say the bridge is burnt, man. It just says we're not there yet. It's rapey to fucking come across.
Yeah, no, but and
the thing is, look, I get that you came all the way here. You dropped 70 euros to come here. I get it. That's a big deal. That's some friction. This is friction. You're up for it. You're here for it. I respect that. I do respect that. The fact that you're still here for this, that you did come back. But man, like, if you pulled this together and I spent the 70 euros to come see you and you'd spent the $6,000 to do this tour, yes, I would have read your work before I was here.
And this is the difference, because it's not about reading my work or not reading my work. It's a difference in attitude. It's a difference between this the Zupanchian stance of my audience.
Which audience? No, Nance has next.
Daniel Garner. You know what Daniel Garner said, man? The recent podcast with Cadell, Daniel Garner said this. He said it was the best conversation on political philosophy he ever heard in his life.
You said his praise is cheap.
No, I didn't say his praise is cheap.
Okay. My impression is wrong.
I love Daniel Garner. I made a song for him.
You said that
You
too.
know,
I know, you said that too.
like
My impression was wrong.
I read Daniel Garner, like I love him. Because he has, like, the immense amount of humility he has. Yes, I said it. And I also said that Daniel Garner is my audience, and he says that that podcast with Cadell that I had was the best conversation on political philosophy that he ever heard. And that's why I reject this type of attitude that says, oh, my audience is naive.
So you won his respect. Good job, man.
No, that's not what it's about. It's not about, finally Daniel Garner is there, so he's below me, and I can get to tell Daniel Garner how things function. No, Daniel Garner is a fucking genius. I love him because I esteem him, because I see him as like one of the guys that I want to model. Like I want to model Cadell, like I want to model Raven, like I want to model Gil, you know? Like I want to model also Owen, you know, or like Joris. Like I see all the beautiful things that people are making happen. And I don't want to model this attitude of looking down on the presumed naivete of the audience. I don't want to do this. And it's right there. It's not about
It's
reading.
not okay for us to say we're all naive and we're all idiots? That's not okay? With you, it's
No,
not okay?
that's like an obfuscation
Then you
of what
just
I'm
wouldn't
trying
like
to
the
get
people
at.
at Theory Underground, dude. It's fine.
What do you
But
say?
You just wouldn't like the people at Theory Underground, but we're a bunch of fucking idiots and we're all okay saying it, but you're not okay saying it. That's fine.
No,
That's
I'm
fine.
saying you are
So
using
why
this.
are we still
No,
talking
this is
about
because this is a rhetorical device that's like obfuscating what I'm getting at. Yeah, let's cut this bullshit.
Do you want to say something, Nance?
I mean, yeah. No, yeah. Just now, I'm gonna flog a dead horse. Yeah. So, just this naivety. You're a Fed or you're naive. That came up specifically in the context of people trying to organize. It's not about learners. Yeah. So Theory Underground is engaged in.
I just wanted to say that the quote about naivete in the Fed was about they could have a revolution.
Yeah. It's just about internet activism. That's all it was. That's what it's directed at. It's directed at experience of being in spaces on the internet with people who say, let's go throw a brick through a window. Let's go fucking demonstrate. Let's do this. Let's build a Maoist organization. That was the context of that comment. It wasn't about relationships and learning and shit like that. The relationships and the structure of Theory Underground is more militant, or is more concerned with hierarchy, because from my perspective as an older man with 7 children and a dead wife and bills and debt and all kinds of bullshit going on. I don't have the time to share space with me at 24 years old, when I was a 24-year-old anarchist. I don't have the time to share the space with that. So I want to go, and I want to have a relationship where it's clear that we're going to read and we're going to develop, and I can go do independent development. And it's just different approaches of organizing learning structures is all it is. It's not about personal, like it's not about any of that shit. Like coming to Theory Underground, you kind of divest yourself of your identity and just say, I'm not here for any of this extra shit. I've got my own shit going on. And I don't know, man. I like a lot of what you said. And thank you for contributing. So,
thank you, and I hope that what you said is right, that it's a contextual thing. And we should talk more, actually.
So your point about the naivete and the feds thing, what I heard Dave say was that so correct me if I'm wrong, Dave. So what I heard Dave say was that when people are organizing on the internet and they think that they can do a revolution on the internet, that they're either feds or naive. And like, I think that's I would make sense of that in the context of the reason why I think it's important to do the virtual physical loop, the online physical loop, is because if we just stay online, then we are naive to think we can do a revolution just online. Like, it takes doing this.
I want to clarify for the feds out there who are watching me. I just want to say, no, I'm just joking, but I do
Shout out to the feds. Yeah. Shout out to the feds.
It's like the Jacobins killing each other before they
But I do want to say,
establish higher,
it's not,
authority.
My issue is not that the revolution cannot be organized on the internet. I said anyone who says they want to organize the revolution on the internet, right? And so the point is like, it's the CIA reporting apparatus, which means that they're trying to get you to come out and say these things, or they're not aware of what it is and how it was built by DARPA to counter communism. And it's the reason that the Cold War, we say it ended, no, it turned into the internet. It's done. It's done. We lost. And that's all I'm saying. And so, but like, it's, I'm not saying it can't be done through hybrid but that's not what we're doing. We're not radical. We're not revolutionary. We could say we're militant, blah, 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 but we like to always do the little disclaimer. We're not those guys. Like those guys are maybe going to succeed, maybe not, but they will not be any the poorer for us going and doing our own thing. They wouldn't want us there. And that was what I was trying to say about the person on that education committee. She was like, no one needs to learn theory. And then the person at the PSL, the Party for Socialism and Liberation in Boise, the leader of that organization said, Marx read Hegel so we don't have to, Lenin read Marx so we don't have to, and then Stalin read Lenin so we don't have to, and then Mao read Stalin so we don't have to. Viva la revolution. Literally, that was the quilting point of like a 3-hour conversation. And I was like, cool, man, that's why we're not going to be able to collaborate with theory, you know, for sure. And it is kind of just like, if you succeed and if it causes good, then carry on. And that's how, and I'm not saying that's you. I'm saying that's this hypothetical person who I said is either naive or a fed. Look, man, they might just be like, they might be right, but that's not going to be my leading assumption. That's what I mean when I'm talking about those kinds of people. Yeah.
Yeah, let's close.
Close it out.
Final
thoughts?
So like, I really think the institutions, like the institutions insulate people from these messes. Like, that's why people are in the institutions, and that's why there's no alternative path to being in the institutions or out of the institutions, is because organizing things outside of the institutions requires confronting this mess. No one's wrong here. No one's evil here. There was a lot of mess here. Today was a fucking messy day. But I really do think that we learn in the mess if we're willing to think and self-critically, each of us thinks self-critically about the mess today. There are things to learn here. There are things that came out here. I think the younger, like, when you're outside of the, like, and this is to big up Dimitri here for a sec, is Dimitri's a young genius who's not even allowed to attend university, right? So there's a huge crisis of recognition here, because Dimitri there should be structures of recognition for a guy like Dimitri, right? And exactly, and I try to do that at Philosophy Portal. There's other guys like Dimitri who guys like Max, guys like Quinn, guys like Jason. I try to make sure that there's the structures of recognition in place. I don't think it's your place to recognize Dimitri, because Dimitri's not a student at Theory Underground, right? And then there was a tension there that was unfortunate. I want to recognize you as, ever since I've engaged with Dave, Dave's been humble. Like, Dave modeled himself as a student. I gave a class on Alenka Zupancic, What is Sex? Dave is my equal in terms of building his own education platform, and he modeled himself in front of his students as he modeled himself in front of his students as he was my student. Like, Dave's been humble, and Dave is a humble guy, I think. You know, so I also want to point out that what Dave's doing does require a lot of work that nobody sees and nobody can see. And he can't read. The number of people who would like Dave to read his, like, I know that pressure. There's a bunch of kids who, like, I showed you that correspondence, like, wants me to read. There's so many fucking kids who want me to read their fucking work, and I can't read their work.
That's why I'm never reaching out to guys like, oh, hey, read my work. I'm never, only if someone asks me, I'm
I know
like,
you're
yeah,
not.
okay, I will explain my theory or stuff like this.
I know you're not. To me, in relationship to me, you are always like, you're the ideal. Like, you're the ideal for me. Like, as in terms of the younger guy, you are the ideal for me. Like, because there's a bunch of guys who constantly want me to read and engage their shit, but they don't come to Philosophy Portal with respect. You've always shown Philosophy Portal respect, right? And so anyone who comes to Philosophy Portal with respect, I try to show that respect back. And that I think is, like, apart from you and me, and apart from that dynamic, getting that intergenerational link right does open heaven. And getting that intergenerational link wrong does open hell. Like, that's what I'm taking away from today. And, like, when it comes to, and I'm all about concrete relationships now, and it's about us, and it's about our relationships in this life. And when it comes to the relationships I'm building, and just because I'm building a relationship with an organization, that doesn't mean other people have to build the relationships with the organization. But for me, like, the way I try to be with Dave, I care about the future of Theory Underground and Dave's project. I care about the future of Dark Renaissance and your projects. I care about whatever your future is. I care about what you're doing, and I want to help. And I want to help. We haven't had as close relationship in the last years, but whenever you have a project and I can help, I want to help, and vice versa. And whatever hell you do in the future, I want to help, and I want to get involved if I can. The point is, can we build projects inclusive of these intergenerational dynamics, which do bring up our own impotence and fragility, because we're always going to carry that hurt child inside of us that wants either the safety of the mom or the recognition of the father, and all these things, and then our own capacity to, even though we're like Lacan says, love is giving what you lack, or whatever. Love is giving what you don't have. To be like I hope the relationship that you've built with me is in 10 years a relationship that you can model to someone who's going to be 23 in 10 years and needs that, right? And I hope you've learned that from this, right? And that's what it's fucking about. It's about this life and these relationships and these intergenerational. And I hope you learn today, and I hope you learn today, and neither of you are wrong, and neither of you are evil, and it's going to be okay. And let's eat.
Thank you.
thank you to you guys for.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
We cannot do direct revolution, but the only way to lay the foundation for it is to do what you are doing to move the underground. It's a theoretically correct title.
Welcome to Theory Underground, a place for workers with earbuds who are tired of letting others read and think on their behalf, slipstreaming our way into an understanding of the situation that short-circuits the deadlocks of our moment.
Research at Theory Underground focuses on what is most important for understanding our current situation. Theory of the subject, capital, time-energy theory, critical media theory, CMT, and the most essential critiques necessary for understanding why the theory, ideology, and common sense of influencers left to right misses the mark.
Theory Underground is coming to a city near you. What that has meant in the last year is traveling across the United States, into Canada, and then all over Europe to promote our books, courses, and ideas related to time energy and underground theory.
You've been reading Underground Theory.
I'm a publisher and an editor. I run and review books. Literally, it's my living. This is the best edited collection I've ever read.
Okay, picture this scene. America, early 2021. An Amazon warehouse worker arises from the emerging underground theory internet scene to create spaces for untimely topics and concerns that are too often neglected or kept in isolation today. Joined by a revolving cast of underground theorists, academics, and critics, he establishes what will become Theory Underground, a teaching, research, and publishing platform by and for working-class intellectuals, autodidacts, and academics who want to do more than they're able to do within the confines of academia. That warehouse worker's name is David McKerracher, and his book Time Energy is his first major contribution to the world of theory. It was recently reprinted with a foreword by none other than Slavoj Žižek, who also contributed to Theory Underground's latest book.
My Bible, it's an excellent book.
A collection of essays called Underground Theory.
What you just heard is an excerpt from the Strange Exiles podcast, episode 23, where Bram from Strange Exiles interviewed me and Mikey. For those who don't know, Mikey is the author of the Dangerous Maybe blog. We are publishing one of his books here shortly at Theory Underground. He's also a lecturer at Theory Underground, and he's someone I've been friends and a collaborator with for over 10 years. But most importantly for you all, he's a fantastic lecturer, and it's a crime that he has to do wage labor right now. One of the long-term goals of Theory Underground has been now for a couple of years to hashtag free Mikey. That is something that I've been really pushing, but first I had to get freed from wage labor, which was achieved this year. That's right. Thanks to my monthly seminar subscribers, I was able to quit Amazon and do Theory Underground full time. Now I'm announcing the next big phase of the plan, which is the Mikey Down seminar. What monthly subscribers to the Mikey seminar are paying for is a survey of philosophy, including deep dives into Žižek, Land, Lacan, Baudrillard, Bataille, Lyotard, and ultimately the whole history of philosophy.
We're trying to build like this ongoing seminar, right? And that's what I really like about this thing, where, you know, if I'm teaching a main text, that's something I got to focus on. I got to really, but the seminar thing, we can do this stuff all the time where we dive deeper into concepts, we dive deeper into certain, you know, sections of books or whatever, and we can really do this nuanced stuff.
I think that there's probably no better way for us to accelerate our learning in these areas than by slipstreaming Mikey. And that has been my belief for years and years and years now. It's official. You're able to help out. You're able to get involved. You're able to benefit directly from liberating him from wage labor. Get on it right now. Do it. Just go. Stop what you're doing. Go click the button. Subscribe. This is what you do. Subscribe to him. If you're already signed up for the ongoing Theory Underground seminars, then that's the ones that I do with my wife, Anne. Though that's getting an upgrade, which means that I will be doing one session per month that is just me, and then I will also be doing the ones with Anne, which are a crash course in sociology, anthropology, the social sciences, and ultimately Marx, Heidegger, Levinas, Bourdieu, imminently critiquing pop psychology, sociology, self-help, and ultimately the doxa of our time. But if you would like to be a subscriber to both Mikey's seminar and the seminar that the Snellgrove McKerrachers are doing, then the best way is to become a Tier 4 subscriber, or you can be a Tier 2 subscriber to each of us. The reason this matters is because Tier 2 is like pretty much the best bang for your buck. It gives you huge discounts on all of the courses that we do. But if you can't afford it, Tier 4 is amazing because it gives you Tier 3 access at both Mikey's seminar and ours.
And finally, not everybody has time to be part of these ongoing research seminars, and they just want to fund the paid content for the YouTube and podcast. And so thank you so much to our patrons over at Patreon. They're the ones funding all the free stuff. So big thank you to Bert, Marilyn, Carl, Sahil, Zozandra, Nikolai, Darian, Tyler, and Mandeep, and all the other wonderful patron people, Patreon people. And thank you to all the other wonderful Patreon people. Thank you so much to all of you patrons, and also to the special subscribers and the paying subscribers. Oh my god, it's just so awkward. Thank you, Patreon. Patrons, thank you. Oh, okay. And to all the other wonderful patrons, thank you so much, all you patrons. And also a special thanks to the subscribers on the YouTube side, as well as the paying subscribers over at Substack. Why can't we do this? Fuck. You guys, please. Just thank you. Thank you, everyone, for making this bullshit possible. Thank you to the subscribers. You do it. You did so good. Thanks, guys.